Good. So, while they're just setting up the slides, I thought that today, because there's this thing called in presentations, there's this thing called the graveyard shift, right? And that's normally the afternoon leg when everyone's tired, everyone's had lunch, and people are expected to pay attention, but it's naturally hard because we're approaching the end of the day. So, to avoid that, we've basically switched it around, and what's going to happen now is this session is going to be the information overload session, and then in the afternoon it will be a lot more interactive, just so that we maximize on learning and engagement. Cool. But yeah, hope you guys had a good Sunday and that you're excited. Gonna have a lot of cool stuff this week. Cool. Kabelo, just let me know once. Oh, I need a clicker as well. Thanks. Nice. So, over the next 90 minutes, let me just set a timer. Right, over the next 90 minutes, what we're going to try and do is, what I'm going to try and do is basically run through a crash course on not only on artificial intelligence as a field of study, but on artificial intelligence and its application in the workplace, right? Because it really is shaping up, it's changing industries, right? It's changing the way we work, it's changing the way people do things, the way people learn, the way people connect with one another, changing entertainment. I know you guys would have seen a lot of AI slop. That's what it's referred to over the past few months on the internet. So AI is really a driving force in what they call the fourth industrial revolution. So we're going to spend this morning's session just doing a bit of a deep dive into the field of practice, as well as how to maximize it in the workplace. If I do get a bit too technical, please just raise your hand, right? And I will try to slow down just so that we make sure that there's a efficient passing on of knowledge, right? Cool. So again, I'm Gift, right? I'm a systems architect. And yeah, this is my presentation. Cool. Let's just get this going. So just make sure it's paired. Okay, there we go. Cool. So what is artificial intelligence before we get into it? Is there any suggestions? Without reading, we'll get to the definition. Yeah. I'm going to need a floating mic. If someone can just help me with. Okay. So does anyone want to answer what their understanding rather of artificial intelligence is? Okay, so artificial intelligence is essentially the capability of computational systems to mimic human-like behaviors, right? And that, put simply, is like basically the ability of technologies to perform tasks like reasoning, right? Learning, problem solving, and perception, right? And a big part of that is based on statistics, right? So it's not really, and this is also one of the shortcomings of AI, right? In that it kind of works best with what it's given, right? I'm sure you guys have heard a term called garbage in, garbage out, right? Which we'll get into shortly. But artificial intelligence basically it's basically pattern recognition on steroids, right? In that if there's a pattern or if there's a repetitive task or a data set that has repeating patterns, it basically tries to simulate that. And that's the at a very foundational level, that's how we can define what artificial intelligence is, right? And the way it works is that with artificial intelligence, there's always an input, right? And then there's a pattern recognition. So you need to have strong enough data set. And then from that pattern recognition, the model then tries to make a prediction, right? I don't know if you guys remember, we used to have Mixit, right? You guys remember Mixit, right? And Mixit was like the first mainstream, well, at least in South Africa, chat interface, right? And then you could have these bots on Mixit that would answer your questions. I don't know if you guys remember that, right? And that was the most foundational level of what we have today with ChatGPT and friends, right? And the way it would work is that it would try and classify what you are asking, and then it would come up with a response, right? But then it would work best with like checklists, right? To say that, okay, let's play a game, and then it will come up with the game, and then it will ask you questions, and then it's defined, right? But what we have today is a lot more open-ended in that you can ask a general question like, hey, how do I cook pasta? And then the model does all the work of finding out the ideal recipe, and et cetera, and then presenting you with the thing, right? So in this session, we're just going to go over a few examples of AI, right? And as mentioned, if it does get a bit technical, right, just stop me and then I'll be able to explain. Yeah, cool. So why are we talking about AI in this session, right? Simply because AI is essentially changing the way human beings live, learn, work, and interact with one another, right? However, AI is generally a lever, not a magic pill, right? And the question is whether organizations and individuals can employ AI as a lever to better perform their day-to-day tasks, right? And I've got a picture here of some levers. Like these are just examples of what would traditionally be known as a lever. You've got a scissors, you've got a bottle opener, you've got a tongue, and you've got a wheelbarrow, a hammer, and a fishing rod, right? And the example I like to make is that even if you give me, because I've only been fishing 10 times, I don't know if you guys go fishing, but even if you give me the most expensive fishing rod, that doesn't necessarily make me a great fisherman, right? And artificial intelligence works exactly the same in that it serves to enhance and feed off of an underlying skill as opposed to replacing it. Does that make sense, right? So having a artificial or access to a large language model doesn't necessarily replace the need for having fundamental knowledge. The same way me having a scissor doesn't, I still need good hand-eye coordination, right, in order to use it properly, right? And that's the biggest thing. And I think the understanding this in itself is enough to diffuse any fears that a lot of people have when it comes to AI, in that it's going to replace people, it's going to replace jobs, et cetera, and help understand that if we look at it in its most foundational form, it is actually a complementary add-on to an existing skill. Yes? Questions? Cool. So, I like to make another example that AI and most AI models are like a very eager intern, right? And what is this eager intern, right? Imagine someone that's just left graduate school. Maybe they've studied finance or economics, et cetera, and then they walk into a workplace and they presented with the problem, right? That person automatically remembers all the things that they've learned in the past 5 years, et cetera, et cetera. They're eager to solve problems. But if left alone, it can be very catastrophic, right? Why? Because the intern doesn't necessarily understand context of the whole organization, right? Similarly, an artificial intelligence model can work all day, it knows a lot, but it makes mistakes confidently. So our job as supervisors, because essentially everyone that uses AI basically adopts the stance of a supervisor because you overseeing it perform a certain task. Your job is to supervise it, right? And an example I like to make, we're not in an office, but AI, enlisting an AI to do anything is no different from me asking a 5-year-old to come and find my laptop bag, right? If it was one of you guys, you've probably seen my laptop bag, so you've got reference. You walk in the room and then you'll see, okay, cool, there's Gift's laptop bag, right? But with a 5-year-old, they might bring back every single laptop bag until I say yes or no, this is correct, right? And this is exactly how foundational AI models work, in that they don't have context to most tasks, right? So then the responsibility lies with the user to make sure that the instruction is as clear as possible, the same way you would with a 5-year-old. To say, okay, cool, go into the hall and grab the black leather bag and bring it to me. Then it performs much better, as opposed to saying something like, go and fetch my bag. Cool? Any questions? Cool. So what is AI good at, right? And this just speaks to the strengths and weaknesses of computational models as they are, right? So AI models are really good at summarizing existing data, right? So if you give it a 500-page essay or a 3-page minute note from a meeting and you say, hey, please tell me what the action points of XYZ are, it's very good at that because that's a clear instruction, and then it goes into the data set and it finds that and then returns with whatever it thinks is relevant, right? So that's one thing that AI models are really, really good at. And that's why you see a lot of people using it for their homeworks and et cetera, because if there's a clear-cut instruction and a data set or data repository, AI models are very good at linking the two different things and getting to an output, right? AI is also good at brainstorming, right? For example, if you've got different data sets like the one that you guys will be presented with later today, AI models are very good at finding their way around unstructured data, right? And drawing different relationships. Like, for example, if you were to give an AI model a family tree and tell me, how do I relate to XYZ? It's very good at drawing those different relationships that, okay, from your brother to your father to your this to that. AI models are very good at that, right? as well as research support, which is essentially a combination of the first two, in that it's able to go out and find different sources, right? So it can do a lot of research, like with my example, with the mac and cheese example of, hey, I want to learn how to cook macaroni. I don't know how to cook, by the way. So every time I need to prepare food, I normally enlist the help of an AI, right? So it's very good at going out, finding different YouTube videos or blog posts, etc., with recipes, and then consolidating that and returning it back to me, right? So that's an example of research support, right? Data analysis, right? As mentioned on Saturday, you have a wide variety of data, and you want to sort of draw the relationships between how these different data points relate to one another. AI models are very good at that. And then report generation as well, which speaks to taking unstructured data and then consolidating it in some way, whether it's a table or a bullet point or a research paper, etc. AI models are very good at that, right? Cool. Before I proceed, do you guys want to provide any examples of things that AI is not good at? Being a therapist is one, okay? That's a good one, and I'll explain why. Yeah. Generating photos. Cool. That's also another one. Yeah. With context. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you are very specific with what you want, you will get exactly what you want with AI. I have proof of that, so.
Okay. Yep.
There's a thing called the human factor. It can't put emotions into anything that you give it. So it will always give you something that's very generic, or it might not be generic in your own understanding, but then it can't feel for anyone. It just gives neutral answers.
Maybe I don't know it all the way, but I don't think it can save a life.
Okay. Of course. That's a good one, right?
I also think that AI is bad at detecting itself, because during university, you would get people who would plagiarize their whole essay or assignments and it wouldn't pick it up. And for example, you might get someone who didn't use any AI but got flagged. And as a result, like, I know there are some cases that are being investigated from people who had that happen to them. So yeah.
So essentially, anomaly detection, in that it's not able to right itself when it's wrong, like the intern, right? It doesn't know it's going down the wrong path. Yeah.
I think it's similar to what I wanted to say. It can't verify the information it provides unless you are confident in what you actually want to know from it.
100%, yes. But yeah, so I'll touch on some of the examples that you guys made when we get to the hallucination bit of it, right? But just to proceed, and to many of your points, the key thing that AI is really, really bad at is understanding context, right? What is context? So humans are very good at making decisions or getting to conclusions with limited amount of information, right? And the best example I like to use of this is if someone is a bartender, right? And you're working in a bar and it's noisy, there's overstimulation, there's bright lights, etc. And then someone comes to the bar and they speaking with a heavy German accent, right? But they say something along the lines of, well, you pick up the word draft from whatever they're saying. Because you, as a human being, understand that you're working at a bar and this person probably wants something from the bar, it's very easy for your brain to draw the connection to say, okay, cool. As much as I don't understand what the user's saying, they're probably looking for one of the beers that are on the draft because I heard the word draft, right? So human beings are very good at contextualizing conversation, right? That's why you can speak to someone that is not fluent in a specific language, but you get the point across. AI models are not, right? In that it can be positioned in the right place to give the correct answer, but if the query is not correct or is not formulated in a way that makes it easy for the AI to understand, it just goes completely left, right? So that's one thing that AI is really, really bad at, understanding context. In the same case with my 5-year-old example, if I say, please go fetch my laptop bag, there's probably 25 bags in here, right? So it will keep returning one by one until it gets the correct one. Why? Because it's not contextualizing it. Hey, yes, this is a laptop bag, but it's not my laptop bag, right? AI models are exactly the same. Yeah, cool. Another thing, making final decisions. I don't know if you guys have ever, hey, very terrible, yes. I don't know if you guys have ever asked it which is the better option between XY approach or ZA approach, right? And then it continues to debate with itself and then it just debates indefinitely, right? It's because AI models are trained to be unbiased, right? But as a result, it's sort of not able to then say, okay, cool, this is my final decision. Because then you might ask it the same query again tomorrow and it might give you the completely opposite answer, right? So AI models are really bad at making final decisions. And this is for safety reasons, right? Because I don't know if you guys remember, but 2022 was when GPT-3 came out, yeah. So when GPT-3 came out and it was like that was the first iteration of ChatGPT, you had a lot of instances where people would use it as a therapist, right? And then the AI model would walk the person down like to their own detriment, right? Like give them very bad advice, right? Sometimes threatening to themselves, right? So all of these providers have had to sort of tighten up the way these models respond to queries to obviously not encourage things like self-harm, et cetera, right? So it's part of the guardrails that just come with having this technology. And the thing that makes it so difficult to use these models is these things are all essentially in beta phase because no one knows how it works, right? The guys at Google don't know how transformers work. I work with AI. I couldn't tell you how they work. So everyone is sort of like just trying different things out and seeing what works. But then we're all trying it at the same time, and at the same time, this thing has real consequences. So that's why there's all these very little teething pains that come with these AI models, right? And then the third point is guaranteeing accuracy. I don't know if you guys have ever used AI to, well, I know the recent models is actually very good, but asking it a mathematical question that's not like formulative, but rather how many A's are in the word banana, right? That's a common hallucination where it would come back and say 5 or it would say 3, etc., etc. So AI models are very bad at counting, right? Like they're terrible at counting, right? So and as a byproduct of that, it's very difficult to guarantee the accuracy of its own output, right? Because it's not able to then verify and say, okay, cool, banana, there's 3, I think. 3 A's in banana, right? So it's not able to basically have that back and forth process with itself and say, okay, cool, no, this is the right or this is the correct answer, right? And then accepting accountability, which is the biggest problem because then it provides advice, especially if you use it as a therapist, right? And then it will never hold itself accountable to say, yes, based on yesterday's conversation, I know I said call him back, but you weren't supposed to call him back, or whatever the case is, right? Cool. Any other examples of what AI is bad at from your own experience?
From personal experience, when I was doing internship, AI was really bad at high-level coding. It was really, really bad, and it would return really, really bad code, even worse than you gave it. You would think your code is very average or good, and you'd have a bug or two, but then the AI will return 8 or 9 bugs and tell you that this code is accurate.
Correct.
And you just spiral through a loophole of more bad code. So that's my personal experience with it.
Yes, which speaks to our example of the fishing hook, right? And that, yes, because if you prompt it better, I can guarantee you, there's some guys that build entire applications with coding agents, but that's because they structure their queries properly, right? So with saying, build me an app that does XYZ, that's a very bland prompt, right? And we'll get to prompting shortly. But yeah, with regard to the way it responds to queries, that's a garbage in, garbage out kind of a thing, where if the prompt is not structured correctly or the environment is not set up in a way that it can best understand what's being asked, there's just no way you're going to get anything useful. Another example of this is in the finance industry, right? So in the world of finance, we generate a lot of reports, right? And what you'll normally find is that the first page on, let's call it a year-end markets review, right? Of like a review of everything that happened in the stock market last year. The first page will normally be very, very good, right? But then as you sort of peel over and read the actual report, as someone that understands what actually happened in the world of finance, you begin to see where it begins to deviate and take its own root causes and whatnot. That's just simply because, yeah, at a large scale, the models aren't good at, they need to be held by the hand like a 5-year-old. So just imagine interacting with the AI model as trying to train a 5-year-old how to cook. It's very dangerous and there's a lot that can go wrong. So you have to be there at all steps of the process. Yep. Cool. So AI in business, right? So these are just a few examples of how AI has sort of been employed to work and deployed to work across various different industries based on what it is and isn't good at, right? So the best example of this is customer service, right? So remember, I said AI works best when there's a set instruction and there's a set flow of where things need to go, like from step 1 to step 2 to step 10, right? And an example of that is customer service, right? If you guys have ever called a bank or a telco and said, hey, I need, like maybe let's use a telco example. Let's say your Wi-Fi is not working and then you call MTN or Vodacom, whoever, right? You always pick up the phone, then you call, then you get to a gate. Press 1 for this, press 2 for that, press 3 for that, right? So AI models can automate that in that it's a set defined process that, okay, cool, the person comes in, they define what's wrong, and then we, based on that, we tell them to go to person B or person A or person, right? You understand? So AI is very good at when deployed into customer service, right? It's very good because it can then replace that whole process of press 1, press 2, press 3, right? And Telkom's actually trying to get this right, where instead of having that gate where you press 1 and press 5, you rather just speak and say, hey, my Wi-Fi is not working, this is my address. And then based on that, now we minimize the time that it would have taken for you to go to the coverage people, and then the coverage people to check your address, and then them to then send you to the relevant technician or whatever, right? So it's very good at well-defined flows like customer service, right? Another example is fraud detection, right? So let's look at in the finance industry, right? Everyone has a bank account. There's normal ways in which people transact with their accounts, like their check accounts, savings accounts, etc., etc. So AI models are very good at what's known as anomaly detection, right? Where you've got a large data set of expected behaviors, right? It's very good at spotting anything that deviates from the expectations, right? Like, for example, someone who has never been employed since 2013, they're having a huge deposit. Like, that's a question mark. Like, okay, what's your story? You understand? So that's where normally banks would, I don't know if you guys have ever tried, like if you try to EFT after hours, I know ABSA does this, and then they'll block it and then they'll call you immediately and say, hey, because that's an anomaly, right? Because you normally don't do this, right? So AI models are very good at ingesting a set of behaviors and understanding expected patterns of usage. We say, okay, cool, this user, based on the hours of 9 and 5, they normally interact with their banking app like this. Anything outside of that, maybe let's just verify, right? Or maybe if you're adding a beneficiary on the weekend and you're trying to transact a large amount, that will automatically be flagged as an anomaly, right? Then the next comes to recruitment, which is it's a good and a bad thing, as to Lindy's example of Saturday, in that what a lot of recruiters do now is that they just drop everybody's or the received CVs into a folder, and then there's a model that basically tries and skims through each of the records to find what is a potential fit, right? That's good for the business because we spend less time sifting through records. It's bad for the candidate because now your CV might be good, but it's a German accent example, where it's just not, it doesn't make sense to the model and therefore gets discounted as a byproduct, right? So yeah, I mean, all of these things essentially have pros and cons, but that's just, I think one of the biggest cons is probably recruitment, right? Marketing. So AI models are very good at interpreting previous data, right? So you could have marketing data, could have foot traffic data, and this is what they do with billboards, etc., where you've got a pattern of visitors, right? Or we know how many approximate amount of cars that pass between the N1 South between 8 and 9 a.m., right? So that can formulate a report and then be used for marketing efforts to say, okay, cool, if we're trying to get the most out of our marketing budget and we're targeting 18 to 35-year-olds, the best thing we can do is advertise at shopping mall X or Y, right? So that's another good use of AI. And then operations, which also then speaks to a bit customer service, in that a lot of companies have clockwork, right? Where it's like the same thing over and over again, right? Whether it's in the sales process or in the accounting process, et cetera, right? So what operations speaks to is the stuff that happens the same way regardless of the data that's being ingested, right? In that I get an email, then I pass it to this person, then this person prints it out, and then this person goes and stamps it, et cetera, et cetera. So that process is an example of an operational workflow that can be automated with AI, right? And we're seeing this in areas like mining and I guess mining and consultancies as well. But yeah, I mean, over the time, a lot more companies, especially the larger players, will catch up to sort of finding different applications of these models. And as a byproduct, we then get to benefit of that R&D. Cool. Any questions? Comments, concerns? Cool. Right. So while on the topic of how AI is used in industries, how we actually employ the use of AI at my firm, right, is we use it for auto research, right? What is auto research? As mentioned, AI models are very good at researching stuff. So we're in the tech business. So a lot of the time we're dealing with customer problems, whether they're operational, financial, security, or research-based, right? So we get a lot of information about a specific problem. And then what we then do is we employ these different agents to go out and find research on those particular subject matter experts, right? And then what we then do is take the output of that and then formulate a proper strategy based on what has been found. For example, if I speak to, let's say, a mine that's got a problem with reliability of the machines, and this actually happened last year, right? We will then go and find out information about those specific machines with an AI. This would otherwise take 15 hours, right, for a human to go and sit through and look at Sandvik's handbook and say, okay, cool, this model has these reliability issues, X, Y, Z. So what we then do is we give one of our agents, so an agent is essentially it's a program that basically can carry out a certain amount of tasks, right? So we would then go in and then give the specific problem and the machine to the auto research agent, and then it will then go out into the internet and then find all the relevant specifications on that machine, and then come back and say, okay, cool, this problem is happening because of X, Y, Z. Now I've shortened my discovery process from 1 month to a few days, right? Because I'm able to get the research that would otherwise take a human being 5 days to do, I've got it in 2 hours, right? Another example of this is documentation, right? So in the world of tech and software, we build huge applications. Like this is hundreds and thousands of lines of code, you would know, right? And a big part of that is this, we build these solutions, but now we need to document them before we can hand them over to say, okay, cool, this feature speaks to this XYZ business case, et cetera, et cetera. So normally you would have someone that would then sit with the unit testers and with the QA people and with the business intelligence people, and then together they would formulate a feature document that then gets sent out, right? With AI, we're just able to have it look at the code base and then understand all the features and understand the core problem and then document how it speaks to the core problem, right? Code generation, that's a big one, right? Because it touches on your point, right? So, and this is the one where I've found a lot of difficulty with working with these models, right? In that unless you're able to hold almost, I think actually vibe coding takes longer than actual coding, if I'm being honest, right? Because unless you're able to like clearly define what is required to be built, right, you're just not going to get a good answer. And AI models have this thing of like an intern, where if they don't understand how different parts of a system relate to what you're trying to ask it to do, it will go and instead of adapting what it's building to the rest of the application, it will go and change the rest of the application to suit what it wants to do, right? Which is obviously bad if you've got existing systems and distributed systems, right? Unit testing is a very good one, because unit testing is essentially how we test whether certain components are doing and behaving the way that they intended to, right? So as mentioned, with the other examples, this would normally be a job of another engineer to say, okay, cool, based on XYZ feature, I now need to write tests for positive cases, negative cases, etc., right? So unit testing is very good because it's defined. You already have the code works, and then the agent just basically goes in there and writes unit tests and verifies if it's working as it's supposed to. Analysis, right? Getting an idea of how different moving parts work together, different infrastructures, databases, and etc. And then business intelligence, which then speaks to all of this, in that how do all these moving parts of a tech system or solution speak to the core business problem, right? So AI models are very good at that, because again, that is a very well-defined flow, right? And over here, I've got an example of how we use testing in how we use AI in automation testing, right? So this is load testing. What is load testing? If you've got a solution, you need to basically be able to verify that if this thing is built for 1,000 people, can it take 1,000 people, right? So this is known as botting the server, right? So you just basically simulate 1,000 users, and then you can monitor how they behave and how the application holds up to having that additional demand, right? Performance testing speaks to the same, in that you just basically monitoring and making sure load times and response times are within acceptable ranges. Database testing, are all the connections working correctly? If I'm fetching this record, does it produce the expected result, etc. Security testing, which has become very important because a lot of people are vibe coding applications, right? So security has become a big conversation in the world of tech. So now we've also had to like sort of adapt to new security protocols, because not only are people building vulnerable applications with AI, but attackers that are very intelligent are also using AI to be better at attacking database systems, right? I mean, we had recent leaks with, I think FlySafe had had their clients' addresses and stuff exposed, and the only way people were able to inject that was a hacker used an AI model to find that vulnerability and pull out all that data and then extract it, right? So the world of security in tech has just changed completely on its head since 2022, because you've got a double whammy of that. Applications are weaker, but at the same time, the hackers are strong. Yep. Cool. And then stress testing is essentially all of the above to some combination, which is just basically testing if it's kind of like testing maximum weight loads in a car. Like car will have a maximum rating of 50,000 kgs, similar thing, right? Where we just simulate that. Cool. So that's how we use AI at my firm, right? So, and the reason I'm mentioning all of this is just to show you that AI, when coupled with human judgment, leads to better decisions, right? So the point is not to have one or the other exist in isolation, right? But rather in that if you combine the two, like if you combine, as with my example, a penetration tester or a hacker, right, with an AI model, you have a much more effective hacker, right? The same way, if you combine an accountant with a very good AI model, you have a much better accountant, because now he doesn't spend 5 hours on reports. He's only spending 2 hours or an hour, etc., right? So the point is that these things, it's not one or the other, right? Because I think that's the sort of trend that we're seeing in the industry, is that it's always, you've got the pro AI people on one side and you've got the no AI people on the other side, and it's just like this tug of war, right? Whereas these things can coexist, and when we do put them together, that's when we get the best outcome. Yep. Questions? Cool. So during this hackathon, right, the point is that, and the reason why we're giving you all this information is that AI, as mentioned, is a tool, right? It is not supposed to be your thinking, right? So think of it as a wheelbarrow and not your legs, right? And that it works best if it is given a good channel of communication, which comes from your critical thinking, and then helps you get over the line, right? But it is not supposed to be the thing that gets you going in the first place, because that's how you end up with results that you can't necessarily explain, like with the CVs, where it's like, oh, I don't know, I wrote that, right? Because no, I didn't, I just let the AI do the whole thing, right? And an example of this is how AI has been able to revolutionize certain industries, such as travel and logistics, right? Does anyone know about autopilot on planes? Right? Yeah. So autopilot is actually very old. I think it's from the 1960s, right? And I might stand to be corrected, right? But the reason the reason autopilot took off so well is because if you think of a flight path of any aircraft, it's a pretty well-defined process. I think someone said that it's easier to send a spacecraft from here to Mars than it is to program a self-driving car to the gate, right? Because there's less variables, right? So AI models work best when there's a clear path to the endpoint and there's minimal variables, in that there's a minimal amount of things that can change after it has began working, right? So if you think of the context of autopilot in an aircraft, right? Once your altitude is set and the direction is set, in that this aircraft is flying from Johannesburg to Sydney, right? There's very few variables outside of the weather and turbulence and a few other things that needs to be taken into account in getting the plane there, right? That's why we were able to have autopilot in the 1960s, because like there's just fewer variables. If you've got control of over these three things, your altitude, your direction, your hedging, and your speed, right? It's pretty easy to then program a computer to say, okay, cool, maintain this speed until we reach this point, right? So that is an example of AI enhancing an already complicated field, right? Another example, well, a more open-ended example would be autocorrect, right? On your phone, right? When you're typing a message, you know, you get those suggestions of what the next message should be, right? But because human speech is so open-ended, in that, remember, there's much more variables that can change as you're formulating your sentence. That's why AI either works good, or autocorrect rather works good, or it works really, really bad, right? But for simple sentences like I love, it's very easy for it to then say, okay, cool, maybe you want to say you, right? Because that's a very straightforward sentence. However, if you're formulating a more complicated sentence, that's when it might get a bit thingy, right? So the whole point is that AI is supposed to, it's a walking stick, it's a tool, it's a lever, it's not your thinking, right? So you can't say, hey, solve this problem for me. Like it's not going to be able to do that, right? Cool. Any questions? Right. Am I out of battery? Sorry. Let's just check this. Right. Cool. Now coming back to the garbage in, garbage out example, right? So better prompts create better results, right? What does that mean? That the strength of the model relies solely on the quality of the input that it gets, right? So garbage in, garbage out. Like with my 5-year-old example, if I give it an open-ended thing and say, hey, go and fetch XYZ, that's a very open-ended thing. So the result is probably not going to be correct. However, if it's better specified and it's better structured to say, hey, you see where I was sitting? Yes. Go there, yes, and then get this thing and return it to me. Then it's a much more clear thing, right? So that's an example of how you can get better output out of your prompts, right? I don't think there is a limit there used to be a limit on how long your prompt can be, right? And this is where actually most people should be spending the most time when interacting with these models, is on the structuring of your prompt itself, right? Because then that's basically where you're giving it as much context as possible, so that you spend less time correcting outputs as opposed to just having the output that's already quite close to what you need, right? So better prompts create better outputs, right? And what is a prompt? The prompt is essentially an instruction, like go left or go pick up this person after 1:30, right? It's just an instruction. The same way we communicate with instructions, like with my power example, man will come and say, or woman will come and say, could I please have a XYZ? That is a prompt, right? Humans are good at understanding prompts because we're very good at context. AI, on the other hand, is not. So you need to give as much detail in the prompt, because the better the instruction, the better the response. Yep. Cool. An example of a bad prompt would be analyze this data or create a social media app, because then it's like, okay, well, based on what, right? I mean, you might ask a model to analyze data and then it will say, well, it has 13 rows and 15 columns. Is that not an analysis? It's an analysis, right? But yeah, so it's very difficult for that to be a useful response to you, right? So that's an example of a bad prompt. A better prompt would be, okay, cool, using the same data set, right? Identify supplier risks and explain the business impact, because now it knows what to look for, right? You're not just saying, give me an analysis, because that could be, well, who's asking? Is it an accountant that's asking? Is it the strategist that's asking? Is it the operations manager that's asking? Could be anyone that's asking. But then if you structured a query to be better suited for what you are actually trying to do, then that gets you a better response. Yeah? Cool. And then your prompt framework. So there's this field of study. It's not really a field of study, but rather a subset of generative AI called prompt engineering, right? And this is essentially how to get the best out of large language models, right? So in software, I'll just give an example with software, right? We've got these things called skills. And what a skill does is it basically tells an AI how to think before it responds to the prompt that you've given it, right? And what a skill basically does is it assigns a role to an AI. For example, you might have seen a good prompt example on the internet of someone saying, you are an expert XYZ, right? Because that then tells the model that, oh, okay, in response to this prompt, think in the context of an accountant, or think in the context of a logistics manager, think in the context of a salesperson, right? So that helps the AI first assume a particular role and a domain of understanding, right? And then there's a task where you then explain and say, okay, cool. Based on you being a software engineer, give me the best tech stack for this application, right? Because now you've told the AI who it is, right? So that it understands the field of reference. And then now you've given it what to do, right? Which is the task itself. And then you give it the context of like, we need to store, let me not give a software example, but okay, let me actually, so I tell the AI that, okay, you're a full stack engineer and I need the best tech stack for a distributed enterprise application where we need to store employee data and employee contracts as well as their remuneration. Right, now I've given it context to say, look, you're going to look at employee data table, you're going to look at how much people are getting paid and what their roles are and what their employment contracts are. And then using that, formulate a tech stack, which is essentially how we're going to build this application based on you being a software engineer, right? Then once you've got that, now you need to give an output format. Then I tell it, after that prompt, I say, return the output in a PDF or in a table, whatever, right? Because then that then gives the model understanding of not only what I want, but how I want it to be delivered back to me, right? And using this framework, that's normally the best way to kind of get the best out of these AI models. Because remember, you can ask it how to make tea, and you can ask it how to tighten a screw on an aircraft engine with so it's very open-ended. So the more narrowed down you can get your prompt, the better, because then that basically ensures that you get a much more appealing output. Yeah, questions? Cool. Right, now let's speak to responsible AI, right? So responsible AI is a subset of generative AI that actually came about after 2022, and we had the whole issue with ChatGPT 3.5 telling people to harm themselves, right? Where, how do we now make sure that in our usage of AI, we remain safe, ethical, transparent, and we have accountability of what these agents do, right? And a big part of that is making sure that things are kept private, right? And this is like your personal information, like never share, obviously, like your card details and things like that, because there are these models, the data gets used to train other models, right? So you need to keep that in mind. So never share what you wouldn't be okay with the engineers at OpenAI seeing, right? So that's just one part, right? Another part of that is compliance, right? Some organizations have total bans against certain models, right? I don't know if you guys follow AI news, but recently Anthropic released a model and they had to call it back because it was just, yeah, it was just very bad for security and enterprise security, because the model was just too advanced to the point where it's just not possible to update like existing system security to a point where it's strong enough to handle, well, prevent attackers from using the model to attack these systems. So then what the United States government decided to do was just switch it off for everyone, just like cut it, you know. Yeah, so that's safety and compliance. I know in the banking industry, only Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, which is arguably the worst model, is allowed, simply because they've got gigantic legacy systems, so they don't want employees using an Anthropic or Gemini to basically swoop around and play with their data, right? So when it comes to compliance, a lot of the time you will get guidelines. Like for example, this hackathon, we've given you the model that you're going to use as well as the other tools. So normally there's those guidelines and you say, okay, cool, stick to these models, right? Just for data protection reasons. Cool. And verify everything, right? Because here's the thing, right? And I've got a graphic of, this is Pinocchio, right over here. AI or large language models do not know how to say, I don't know. They're not coded to work like that, right? So if I say, give me a report of when right? It might say, yes, there's no record of that, but it also gives me an answer, right? Because it's not designed to say, hey, man, I'm not talking about it. Like, hey, that's the new thing, right? So, and we've seen this before AI models actually had access to the internet. So in 2022, 2023, AI models had a knowledge cover, right? And this also was used for the thing. I don't have knowledge of things after October 2022, for example, right? But ever since you guys were open up all AI models because you have access to the internet, now it's very difficult to get AI models to doesn't know something or something didn't happen. So always verify the facts, the numbers, the sources, and the conclusion. So sometimes it creates stone source, right? Like you see source, ChatGPT, it's like, well, how can you, use yourself as a source, like trust me, bro. So yeah, always verify the facts, the numbers, the sources, and the conclusion, right? And protect data, right? Never upload your details or passwords or confidential data or client secrets to these models. Because as mentioned, a lot of the time, what happens is the interaction with the chat logs are used to train your model, right? So GPT 5.5 logs will be used to train GPT 5.6 because that's how OpenAI basically tweaks these models to respond based on how people are using them, right? So never share passwords, confidential data, or client secrets, right? Cool, and understand bias, right? So there's two classic examples that come with generative AI, right? And you guys can find this later, right? And that they're not good at generating outputs that contradict the overwhelming amount of data that we have, right? And an example of this is if you say, please generate an image of a full glass of wine. It is 100% capable of doing that, but because reference images or images of Google and images from databases very seldomly feature a full glass of wine, it will always default to generating a half glass of wine. Right? You guys can try it. Same with left-handed people. Right? Because if you think of pictures of people writing, most people are 80% of people are right-handed. So despite it will default to generating a picture of a right-handed person because the data shows that 1 million. Okay. Oh, I was wondering why I'm speaking softer. Okay. So the AI model will basically default to generating an image of a right-handed person, despite your query being for a left-handed person. Why? Because the data is biased towards right-handed people, because there are more right-handed people than left-handed people on Earth. Another example of this is Apple had some controversy with the Face ID, I think 2014, 2015, because Face ID essentially is an AI model. And what it does is it checks your face before it unlocks the phone. But because the training data that they had overwhelmingly was from Western users, right? So Face ID was much better at detecting Caucasian people in the dark than it was with African and minority people, simply because the data set that the system or Face ID was built on had limited references to people that are non-white. Right? So all AI models have this problem where whatever data it has, that's basically how it will prefer to respond to all queries, right? And the example of the wine glass, it will always default to generating a picture of a half-empty wine glass. Cool. So the future of work, the future workplace, essentially, people that use AI effectively will always outperform those that don't. Because like with my example, you have an accountant that's, let's just think of two examples, right? You've got two accountants, one uses AI, one doesn't. They could be exactly the same in terms of aptitude and capability or whatever, right? But simply because if I'm able to enlist this thing to help me generate reports and all of that stuff, I'll work much faster than my non-AI counterpart. Yeah? And over here, I've got an example of a jet engine. This is a commercial jet engine, right? And the reason I've put this here is because we've seen a lot of misuses of AI, right? And the example I like to make is that a lot of people, when you think of the usage of AI, it would be like taking a jet engine to warm this room because it's winter. I mean, it's correct. The jet engine produces heat, right? But it's probably not the best application of a jet engine. Right? It's probably better off doing something else, like powering a plane, right? And this is what we've seen with what's now known as AI slop, in that you've just got an overwhelming amount of users that are using AI, but like they're using the jet engine to warm their house. And that's why you've got the dogs dancing and all that stuff, right? Whereas this thing could actually be deployed in the workspace, right? Cool. Final thought, right? Before we go into a discussion. AI is not necessarily here to replace you. The same way the steam engine didn't replace factory workers, right? The automobile didn't necessarily, well, it did a bit like horse and carriages, but to a certain extent, right? But rather, this thing it's a tool, and we need to employ these tools. And times are changing. We need to go where the future is. And right now, all companies from a board level are trying to figure out how best to use AI, right? So even understanding AI 10% better than the next person immediately puts you at an advantage, yeah? Because eventually, all companies are going to need to go in this direction, right? So yeah, AI will not replace you, but a person using AI definitely effectively may, right? And I've just got a cartoon here of some screws and a guy carrying an AI hammer. Cool. Any questions? So, in general, so think of AI models as a group of employees, in that different models are good for different things, right? People with a coding background might prefer Anthropic's model because it's better in general purpose reasoning, whereas creative people might prefer something like Perplexity, or what's the French one? French one is Perplexity, whatever, right? But in this bootcamp, we've just narrowed it down because we're going to be using AI for general reasoning, right? So we're just going to use ChatGPT because that's the best general purpose and it's the most popular AI model, right? But yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're actually trying to do at an individual level, right? For example, for my fitness plan, I use ChatGPT because it's easy. Yeah, I found that with the other models, maybe there's a little bit too much information I need to give before I get to a certain output. But for general purpose queries, OpenAI's model is really, really good, right? But more specialized labor, like hectic finance or tech and whatnot, maybe you might want to look at something like Grok or Anthropic's model, Claude. Yeah. Cool. Can I ask questions to you guys? Cool. So, who shall I pick on? You. Right. So, could you give us an example of when you tried to use AI to perform a specific task, whether in school or in work, and you became frustrated with the output, and basically what happened?
It's usually when maybe there's an assignment that I have to. I'm studying logistics. So I've noticed that it doesn't have much information with logistics. So in order for me to get information on something or an answer, I have to give it information from the prescribed textbook first. Yeah.
So that speaks to context, right? In that without context, it's no different from asking a 10-year-old to make a pizza, right? Yeah, so that's one of the things, in that context is the most important part. And I think for applications like that, you might want to look at something called, it's offered by Google, Notebook LM, right? Because what that allows you to do is essentially, it allows you, before you even query the model, you first drop in all the sources, and then it basically uses the sources as its frame of reference, right, in your query. So in your case, you would then put the expert from the textbook into the sources, and you say, okay, cool, based on this, what are the best practices for XYZ? Yep. Yeah.
Can I please give an example of how AI created an expectation from a client and we couldn't deliver. So we were implementing a system, right? And with implementing that, we went to support. And with support, they started using the system and they started adding on other enhancements, right? So instead of having a conversation as to how we can better enhance it according to the system rules, the client went to AI and asked ChatGPT, so this is what I want. Is it possible using the system? And the client got an answer. And coming to us, he gave us the problem and the solution. So you can imagine how that was. We saw the solution and we were like, no, this is actually not viable. We can't do this. But the client already has an expectation because AI gave him the answer.
Exactly. And that's an example of that Pinocchio graphic I had, where these models are not able to say, I don't know. Right? Like, for example, everyone in finance knows it's not easy to get more than 10% per year. But if you go to ChatGPT now and say, okay, look, I've got X amount in capital and I want to achieve 15% over the next 7 years, it'll be like, great. This is what you do. You take this, you put it there, you understand? And then that creates that expectation, right? And then now if I go to an asset manager, I say, look, but I mean, here's the plan. Just follow this plan. And he's like, no, that's not how it works, right? So that's exactly what happened to you, yeah. Any other examples? Yeah.
So going back to what she said about AI pictures, right? I used AI. I used my picture sister, so she has her own law firm and whatever. And then I placed a picture on AI, and then I gave a brief description of what I want, and I never got what I wanted in return. So I got a little bit frustrated, and I went back to the drawing board. I put her entire logo with the picture and a description of what I wanted, and I got exactly what I wanted.
Exactly.
So if you're not going to be straightforward with it, you won't get what you want. So yeah.
Which is to the point that a lot of the time actually needs to be spent on formulating the instruction and then passing, because the output is quick. Most AI models give you an output within 5 minutes, right? But then you spend 15 days debugging the output. You see? Yeah. Would you like to add? No. Okay. Cool. There was one example of this actually. I think it was in the application of AI in Excel, because now you can deploy an AI agent into Microsoft Excel. And then because a lot of the time you're using tokens, right? Whether you're on the paid version or the free version, right? A lot of the time, like to my point earlier of sometimes it's easier to do these things yourself than to enlist an AI model, right? Sometimes you'll be working with a spreadsheet and you'll want to center a value, right? But then when you speak to an AI, it goes on this 2-minute, 3-minute tangent and it burns up all your credits just to end up not getting the thing correctly, right? So yeah, in those cases, like in your case, sometimes it will be easier just to like create a brief for the picture the same way you would for a graphic designer, right? And then tell it that, hey, you're a graphic designer, right? And based on you being a graphic designer, use these references to create a picture of XYZ. Yeah.
So I've found that once you learn how to prompt like ChatGPT, for example, it's easier to then like it gets used to your thinking and what you're looking for and yeah. And then another thing, Gemini and ChatGPT, I use both, but for different. Gemini is not at the same level as ChatGPT. So this is just I'm just curious to find out why that is. Could it be that I'm prompting the two apps differently, or could it be that the developers are two different teams and yeah, it's just not at the same level because of that?
So that's actually a very good point and touches on, I don't want to get into it too much because it gets a bit technical, right? But what you're speaking to is intent classification, right? So different models classify the intent differently, right? And what is intent classification? Intent classification is basically based on your prompt. Like, give me an example prompt.
A prompt, I'm on the spot. Design this Apple logo and make it a pear or something.
Okay. Design this app logo and make it opaque. Yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So how does the model interpret what he's just asked? That's the biggest difference with the different types of models, right? In that with Gemini, it might be on a more research bias in that, okay, I look at that and I say, okay, cool, let me first get some example of pairs and present it to him and say, okay, which one do you like in this list? Whereas Anthropic's model might jump straight to the output because it understands what he's saying clearly. So yeah, which then speaks to the first part of your prompt, which should speak to the agency or giving it a role, right? Because then now you're basically telling it how to interpret the rest of your question, right? But it does then boil down to the developers in that Google's model might be better at generating, summary of news, for example, because it's built off the top of Google search, right? While ChatGPT might be better at formulating steps on how to do something, while Anthropic might be better at thinking from an engineering standpoint, etc., etc. But all of that just boils down to intent classification, which largely lies with the developers of the model. Yeah. Question from this table. Okay, you can go for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, my question stems on the prompting AI with confidential information. How do we then best maximize or make our work easier using AI without giving it confidential information? For example, with Itu here, let's say she wants, I'm just making an example only. She wants to maybe select a candidate, and maybe she submits all our CVs on ChatGPT. She's prompting it with confidential information, but then she wants the app to select candidates that have X. So how does she then best maximize AI in that context?
So in that context, with that regard, actually, this is where the AI strategy at a company level comes into play, right? Because there's different ways in which you can interact with AI models, right? The first most common way is either through their app or through their web interface, right? Like with ChatGPT and et cetera, right? But in the case of companies that are handling what's known as PII, personal identifiable information, so this is addresses, phone numbers, ID numbers, etc. What they would do at a company level is deploy AI into a private cloud, which is essentially a sandbox, right? Where we say, okay, cool, this is the workspace, and then you give the AI access to the workspace, but that data isn't getting sent back to Anthropic or OpenAI in the way it would otherwise be in through the chat interface, right? So Itu's company would have to then implement that from a top-down level to say, okay, cool, all employees, if you're using AI to do XYZ, you need to use it in this sandbox, because we know that this sandbox is guardrailed and the data is not going anywhere. Yep. And that's how they do it in financial firms and
So my question goes back to the AI in businesses, like in terms of recruitment, right? So it simplifies the selection process for the business, but it makes it harder for the candidates to kind of like get interviews and stuff like that. So is there a way where candidates can kind of like come up with the way that can surpass the AI? So say I have the skill and everyone else has the skill and the qualification and whatever. Is there a way that I can stand out via AI so that like I'm better than the other candidates? So like it does not exclude me from the selected candidate.
Cool. So I don't know if you guys were here on Saturday, right? But we spoke to understanding job requirements at it, like as the job post in the actual advertisement, right? And the best way you could potentially optimize for not being flagged or being matching what the AI is, because the AI would generally be given a guideline, which is the job post, right? So the best way you would basically make sure or reduce the likelihood of being eliminated is you would then try to, either in the cover letter or in the CV format itself, try to speak to exactly what the job post is saying, right? Because then the AI model uses that as its yardstick to say, okay, cool, if person scores close to 1.2, right? Just an example, accept. If not, reject, right? But it will use some sort of judging criteria, and that judging criteria would normally be the job post itself. Yep.
So recently on my LinkedIn, I got approached by a recruiter, and then he asked me to send him my CV so that he could like see if it's ATS compliant. And then I sent it to him, and then he sent back like a screenshot of whatever app he was using to kind of measure that. So what I want to understand is there like a general, there isn't like a general correct CV, because it has to kind of speak to the specific job post, right? So he's basically a scam, is what I'm trying to find out. Because it wasn't for a specific job post. So then how could my CV have been not compliant with the ATS? Like, how is he measuring that on just one general CV with no specific job post?
So there's no right and wrong. I mean, there's definitely ways you can mess up a CV, right? Don't get me wrong with that. But like, there's no right or wrong way of actually structuring it, right? I mean, there are like optimizations, like maybe have the information on the first page, etc., right? But normally, different hiring managers look for different things on a CV, right? So in your case, yeah, I don't know, maybe he just wanted to speak to you, wanted a reason to speak to you. But yeah, there's no like general scoring system where we can say, okay, cool, upload this person's CV. I think if I showed you guys my CV, you guys probably wouldn't hire me, right? But yeah, so there's no right and wrong way of structuring it. I don't think I have one. No. That's beside the point, right? But yeah, there's no right and wrong way, and different job posts, which is why Lindy mentioned that the best thing you can do is actually just structure the CV to whatever's being advertised, because that's essentially what the hiring manager is going to be looking for, right? If I get a CV of someone that wants to be a junior graphic designer or whatever, but it's structured in a way a law firm might accept it, I'm going to be like, well, I don't know how to read this, because I've never been a hiring manager in a law firm, right? Whereas in a law firm, they have a best practice of how they process CVs and et cetera, right? So it's different, different jobs, but there will be like an industry standard. Like I can give you a software standard of a CV of like what it would look like. It would have a GitHub profile. It would have some projects that you've worked on, the languages that you know, et cetera, while for psychologists, it might be totally different, right? But generally, there's no right and wrong way of doing it. Question?
It's not really a question, but I think I want to add on to what you were speaking to in terms of how AI can be an added advantage, and also at the same time, kind of like make you get frustrated. I'll give you an example. When I was doing my thesis for my master's, I was researching and doing a project in a township in Zimbabwe. So the specifics were a township in Zimbabwe. That area, they don't have a lot of data analysis because for whatever reasons, even if I can give an example for townships, even here, the data that they have for the townships and the data that they have for CBDs, they are totally different. And there's more data for CBDs and places where people interact more. So there's no data, there's no Google Maps and Google Earth Maps. It's there, but then everything is flat. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. So now everyone else had data to work with. I was the only person who didn't have that in my class, and it got me a bit frustrated because everyone is moving a bit faster than I was. So as a way to maximize AI and at the same time get the best, I actually had to travel back to get
Get the
context, to get the data, so I can then use AI in terms of if I get information about maybe Soweto or Flavia in Brazil, it's same context in terms of townships, but then I'm now linking it back to the township that I'm researching to. So that actually helped me in terms of putting my own human analysis and thinking into using AI to help me get better results. So yeah.
Thank you. And that's just another example of why we still need the human element and why the human element will never disappear, right? Because even in advanced fields like biochemistry, right, they're using AI to basically identify different genomes and potentially detect diseases much earlier than would otherwise be by thingy. But you still, in the absence, or if there's like a novel like what did we have a few weeks ago? A hantavirus or whatever, right? Which is a novel strain. You'll still need, like in your example, you'll still need a human being that understands the context of other viruses in general to then apply his mind and then look at the data based on this limited or novel thing and then make an informed decision. So that's just an example of why we still we'll never not need the human element. Yeah. Questions, concerns? Cool. Yeah.
So I have a question based on the task or hackathon, right? So since you said that you've tried to limit it to using ChatGPT and whatnot, right? Is there a certain limit or detecting system that says you've used it as far as this, as a team you're not supposed to go as far as this? Or is there any way to flag maybe an information or a way of doing something through this hackathon that would sort of disqualify a team or put them in a compromising spot to say you actually sort of didn't do enough work yourselves but gave it all to AI? Or I'm not sure if I'm making sense with this question, but along those lines, if you understand.
Thank you. That's a good question. So there is a judging criteria, obviously, that you guys don't have access to, but in the collection of resources, we've also included a best practice document, right? That'll basically show you that, okay, at each stage, because it will feed off of the problem statement, which I will explain later, and it will basically tell you the best way to employ AI, right? However, it doesn't stop you from doing the whole thing with AI, right? But trust me, the judges will know. Yeah, cool. And just on that, yeah, it's also you're not going to be able to do it without the human element, because a lot of the data that we've given you is just all over the place. So you still need to actually interpret it as a human and draw conclusions. But yeah, more to be revealed in a few hours. Cool. So yeah, that wraps up my AI talk. I mean, I'm around, so if you guys have any AI related questions, I'm going to be here the whole week. So yeah, and happy hacking.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Stand up a bit. Can we just stand up a bit? Let's just shake to some music. Is the prompt not clear? Can we just shake a bit? Is the prompt not clear? Can we shake to the music? Music, please, DJ. Let's have some music. Any music that people can shake to. Even this one is cool. Let's just get some music. I need people to shake a little bit. Let's just shake to the music. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. Music. Alrighty. Cool. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's just stretch our legs a little bit. Let's just stretch our legs a little bit because we're going into another session. So I need you guys to just walk around a little bit because it seems like you did not want to shake your bodies. Let's just walk around. Get out of your chairs. Let's just walk around. Yes, just walk around. Go greet somebody. Go speak to someone. Just say hi. Ask someone what did they learn. What was the highlight of the session? We're gonna start in a minute, okay? Is there a specific way you want the room to be in? Is it okay the way they set up? Do you want them to, or are you good with this?
I thought it was a horseshoe situation. So they
But we
sit
can,
around tables. Yeah.
yes, yes. Do you want, we can change it? Do you want to, or? Or we can do it for the second session, right?
No, just as to get to know each other. I think maybe we can do
I'll let you do that session then. I'm just gonna but I'll leave the table.
I'll figure it out.
All right, okay, cool. Yeah. Alrighty, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Gift, that was awesome. I just want to ask a few questions. Let's see who was listening. All right. Can someone tell me what is AI good at? Yes? Thank you very much. Anything else? Yes? Uh-huh.
Brainstorming. Brainstorming.
Okay. Yes. Uh-huh.
Customer service.
Okay. What about customer service?
Basically, for example, they've given an example of the Buddha app. Let's say to have your problem with maybe Wi-Fi, you can just speak to the bot from Vodafone, which makes it faster and easier rather than talking to an actual.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then I want Pressure P. Can you guys, I'm giving you 30 seconds. Come out with a prompt that you're going to give to the rest of the groups, okay? 30 seconds, come up with a prompt. Let's see. And then Gift, you let me know if you're happy with the prompt, okay? 30 seconds, come up with a prompt that you're going to give to the rest of the teams. Come up with a prompt that you're going to give to the rest of the teams. 30 seconds. Who's got the timer? Let's get the timer up. Okay. Fifteen seconds. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
All right. So our prompt to the groups is, what keeps your team delayed from coming back and settling down after lunch and after breakfast?
All right. Do you guys think it's a good prompt? Yes or no? Based on what we just learned? Can you please go ahead?
So the prompt is, what keeps or delays your team from settling down when coming back from lunch or breakfast?
Thank you. Yes. Is it a good prompt? That's my first question.
No.
Why? Who else thinks it's not a good prompt? Let's see. Those who say it's not a good prompt, hands up. Okay. Those who say it is a good prompt. Okay. Okay. Those who say it's not a good prompt, stand up. Okay. So the rest that are seated, you guys think it's a good prompt, right? So why are you not standing up? So, okay. Why is it not a good prompt?
I need to understand if it's a prompt or a question.
Thank you very much. I think one of the key things we're taught, a prompt is an instruction. All right. So the reason I'm asking this is because we're going to get into the hackathon. So let's remember a prompt is an instruction. All righty. Thank you very much. And we are getting ready for our next session. We are getting ready. So I need us to start listening and paying attention. Okay. We're getting ready for our next session. But before I do that, there's just a few housekeeping issues. Did everybody receive the feedback form from Friday and Saturday? How many have not completed the form? How many did not complete the form? Hands up. The facilitator feedback form, yes. If you did not complete the form, hands up. Okay, 1. There's more. Okay. Those who did not complete the form, can you just on your feet, please? Are you sure it's only because we have got the names here? Okay. I will need you. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's the feedback form, and then there's the LSM form. LMS, sorry.
Good day, good morning. How's everybody doing? Good. I just wanted to help Tarira, okay? So this feedback facilitator form, you would have filled it out on Friday on the first day, right? Everybody did it? Right. Then second day, you see that Dion Vikinos was here, Lindy was here, and Gift was here. So what we ask is that you fill this out each time at the end of the day after the talks. We'll remind you, okay? The names that we have are the names that we didn't receive submissions for the LMS task that was given on Friday. Okay, so some of us didn't submit the LMS task, is that right? Right, so when Surprise asked you on Saturday morning if everyone had submitted, everyone said yes, we had. So now when we checked on the back end, we saw 6 names that didn't submit the form. Yeah, so that's the definition of what we're talking about right now. So this is for our feedback, okay? We appreciate you filling it. But when we issue you an LMS task, it's essential, and you've agreed that you will do the task that you said you've signed up to do, right? So we need to be clear of what we're talking about. Does anybody need more clarity? So the 6 people that didn't submit the LMS form, could you stand up? It's okay. It's okay. Why am I here? Yeah. The why am I here task. If you didn't submit it, there's 6 of you who didn't do it. All right. So there's been an opportunity for us to say, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm not going to put names on the screen, and I'm not going to expose people who didn't do the work. But we can recognize that it hasn't been submitted by you, all right? Because it's the first one and there'll be a couple more. I'd like to ask you to just take your time and submit it. Okay, so on this basis, we'll accept a late submission, but you can't come back and say, you know, I didn't submit it, or, act like you submitted it and you didn't. Do you know what I mean? Any questions? I'm not going to ask you why you didn't submit it. All I'm just saying is that it didn't come through. So there's 6 names. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Do you see the 6th person? Okay. All right. So let's do better. Let's work on it. Okay, everybody? Yeah? Sure. Back to you.
Thanks, Nicholas. Alrighty. Cool. I'm not going to go into that. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker for today. Alrighty. As you can see from the program. Okay. Everybody is this, all right. We are going to go through learn how to learn, alrighty. And Desiree is going to be the speaker for the day. So because I've already entered into your time, I'm not going to spend more time. Let's clap our hands for Desiree as she comes to the front. So she's coming, Desiree has worked with the youth, and she's an entrepreneur. She's worked with various organizations. She's worked with entrepreneurs, and she's got a lot to share for us. All right, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to stand behind the podium, and I'm going to ask all of us to stand up. I actually tried to cram all of your names, and I got to about 2%. So I'm not going to try and get your names as well. There's too many of us. So I just want us to sort of just loosen up. I'm sure you've already done your hellos and you already know each other, and that's a beautiful thing, right? So I want us to just do a quick exercise before I introduce myself to everyone. I'd like us to just raise our hands and keep them raised out, stretched out. Just enough that you're not touching the next person. Are we all up? Okay. What's wrong? Are you struggling? Okay, so I'm going to time us, right? I'd like us to stay there for just 1 minute. It's not much. Pardon? So keep it up there. You're on a timer. Hang in. You're looking at me like my desperate puppy when it needs that bone and I'm holding on to it for just a little longer. How are we doing? How did it feel getting here today? Anyone is stuck in traffic? Keep your hands up. Pardon? Do you want to tell us about it? Anybody else wants to share how their morning was? I can see you pretending you got an itch. Pardon? You'd like to share a story with us. Okay, what's your name? Avuyile would like to share a story. That's so which you're welcome to start. Let's go.
When I arrived at the taxi rank, I had to stand in a long line and wait for the taxi to so that really took up my time and it was struggling on the way to center.
Wow. And then you finally got here. You've been up for 1 minute and 40 seconds, and you listened to a story where you didn't believe that in 1 minute, for 1 minute, you put your hands up. Now find somebody closest to you and put your hands on their shoulder. How does that feel? It feels better, right? What can anybody share about what we're just experiencing right this moment? Anybody, please feel free to share.
You're not strong when you're alone, and when you're with someone else, they can help you and they can take your burdens away, I guess.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you. Please put your hands down. So the lesson here is that sometimes when you're given a task, right? You may sit down. When you're given a task or you're given a challenge, it might feel, or when somebody says this year you're going to do X, it might feel that it feels very difficult. When you're still looking at it from a distance, it feels difficult. When we said it's 1 minute, everybody said, yo, right? And when we started distracting ourselves and listening to a story about what happened this morning, we forgot about the 1 minute because we focused on the story. And then when we got someone's shoulder and we laid our hand on someone's shoulder, it felt better, right? Because that's how life is. Sometimes when you stand next to somebody and have your hands on their shoulders or whatever it is that you're going through with somebody being close to you, it makes life a bit easier, makes things a bit easier. I'm looking at all of you and I'm thinking the average age here is what, 22, 24? 25. What's the youngest age? Who's in their teens? Anybody in their teens? Anybody in their early 20s? Okay, how early? 21, 22? 21. Okay, so we've ascertained that our youngest age is 21. 20, so our youngest is 20. Are we anywhere beyond 26, 27? 28? Anyone 28? You 28. You higher. Okay, so you 30? You don't look anything close to 25. Congratulations for having amazing genes, lucky you. But our average age seems to then be around 25, which means that we're a very young room. We're coming from school. We're coming just maybe 7 years ago. We were in high school, some of us even less. So we are just that early juncture of our lives, that first quarter of our lives, right? We are seeking. What are we seeking? We're seeking for what it is that life has in store for us. Is that correct? We don't really know yet. Is any one of us employed right now? Anyone? No one's employed? Studying? How many raise hands if we're studying? Studying, okay. No one employed, we're saying. Okay. Anybody looking for employment? Okay. Lots of people looking for employment. Anybody with employment history that has worked? You have worked, okay. It's a lot to take in, but I'm just trying to read the environment as to who we are and where we stand, because often when we come out to speak, so just by way of introduction, my name is Desiree, and I'm from KZN, and I'm 52 years old, speaking to you. So I'm speaking to a whole generation behind me, so a lot comes into my head as to what it is that I should be discussing with a generation that is pretty much my children, right? So I need to be, because I've seen so much and I've experienced so much and I've gone through so much, I've done so much, I've also got to be cognizant of the fact that you are in your starting phases and that there's various things that you are going through. So whatever I have to say to you sort of has to translate to you in terms of what your path and what it is that you are going to venture into. Because this session that you're sitting in here is more about your self-reflection and your understanding of yourself in this primary phase of your life. Okay, while you're searching for things, you go to school, you're told to get good grades, so that when you get good grades, you can either go to college, and when you're in college, then you can perhaps find the job that you want, or if you don't end up in college, you find skills that you can adopt and then take into the workplace and find a career, build a family, live that life you want to live, and start all over again, raise your grandkids. So it becomes a question for me to say, what is it? Where was I when I was your age? And what was it that moved me? So if perhaps, because you're going to hear a lot of things this week about goal setting, time management, self-discipline, things that you could or could not, or can or should not do, and so on and so forth. But what is it that we as youngsters can reflect upon and take in and say, I'm going to take these tools, I'm going to help them, these tools are going to help me to engineer myself to the person that I am becoming. Because as you sit here, you are becoming something. You came here with a sense of curiosity to say that I'm at this juncture in my life, I need more, I'm curious. You have some goals, some of our goals are not quite concrete. We have some desires that we don't even quite understand as yet, but we do know that there's certain things that we got to do. We got to put food on our tables. I don't know what the situation is at home. We got to either take care of parents or take care of ourselves or just take care of our future, get the finer things that we see around us. Whatever the goals are, we all are walking. We are all on this lane of life that demands of us to keep moving, right? So I'm going to tell you a story about a young girl growing up in the villages of KZN, which is called Richmond at the time. It's still called Richmond, but at the time known for extreme violence, extreme turmoil, and pretty much no, what would you call, no future or no hope for a youngster. So as you are right now, your radius or your ecosystem talks to you. It says Instagram, it says hackathons, it says AI is the future, it says technology, it says let's go, let's go, let's go. There's things happening around you that motivate you to do things. This ecosystem in Richmond was drugs, alcohol, pregnancy, violence, death, right? And the ecosystem was cool because that was the only thing that we knew. So if we were talking death, it was how we're going to go to the streets, carry the strongest sticks, or have the best knife, or be friends with somebody who carries an AK-47. That was our reality. Why? Because I told you my age already, right? Because for me, we were coming out, we were exiting the pre-94 era. We were exiting the apartheid era. So our reality was to be fighting on the streets and to make our voices known that we are done. We're done with the system. But at the same time, I was young. So what I really enjoyed there in those rallies were the chantings, siyahamba, siyavuka, siyalala. Those kind of, Awe Thixo Somandla, those kind of things. Those were our realities. Were they depressing? No, they were not. It was our reality. Did we embrace them? Yes, we did. Did we survive them? Some of us did. So if I can just tell you, in my standard 5 class, or what we'd call grade 7 now, there's only 3 of us that are alive. I'm not standing here to tell you a soppy, sad story. I'm telling you a story about an ecosystem and an environment that shapes us and shapes us in terms of who we become if we survive. So, in life as humans, the first priority of a human being is to what? Survive. How do you survive? You come into this world fighting already, right? When you're conceived by your mom and your dad, you go into that spectrum of what is going to be life, fighting. You're fighting a whole lot of things, right? I'm not going to say people at the stage because you're all crawling up. You're fighting. You're fighting. From the time that you enter the vulva of a woman, you are fighting to the part that you get to the cervix, and I don't know how much of biology you guys know. You get through to the cervix, you are fighting. You're hoping that no one's going to flush you out with water, right? Because that's reality. So if they don't flush you with water, you fight. And you get to the cervix, oops, there's a contraception there or a contraceptive. Some of you hit right through that contraceptive, right? Zap. Some of you, if there was a rubber that was used, you went right through it. That is the tenacity that you have in you as you sit here. And when you went there, when you got to the cervix, you still had to fight peers that were trying to get that position, because you all can't get in that position. Only 1, 2, 3. History has had about 5, 6, but you needed to be there alone, right? You needed to get in there. You made it and you survived and you became an embryo, then you became ultimately a fetus and then an infant, and voila, this is where you are. So you came in fighting, right? Your language is fight as a human being. So you are born fighting. Same way as when we exit fighting for breath. Right. So who are you to think at this juncture in your life that things are hard? Because I haven't even told you the half of it in terms of how much you survived all the way through to your 5th years. Yes, you had support. Yes, you had somebody breastfeeding you, but it was all within you to survive those first 5 years. I speak to you as well as a farmer who manages animals, right? I manage animals, and whilst I observe the animals on our farm, I truly get to appreciate nurturing, the importance of nurturing. So when we want to say that we're looking after an animal, remember, as human beings, we look after animals not because they want us to be. They'd rather be looked after by other animals. The other animals do a better job. But if my sheep is born and the mother is not well or doesn't have milk, or the mother dies at birth, I then have to take over and look after that sheep. I then become the mother of that sheep. And if you come to Maureen has been to the farm, if you come to the farm, you'll find the sheep following us everywhere because they've become highly dependent on us for their survival. Right. So sometimes we have the sheep mothers that are there to take care of us and help us carry through with this life. But sometimes we don't. Sometimes we stand alone. Sometimes we have the parents, but they are incapable or unable to take care of us through to the next phases of our life. What then does that demand of us? It demands that we hold courage. We hold courage, and whilst we hold in courage, we also hold a target, a focal point that we are looking at. Because once you get to that focal point, once you hold a focal point, right, that focal point then becomes your compass for life. It becomes your compass for life in that no matter what it is that comes around you, you know that that's the focal point that you got to be facing. You got to be looking at that. I use an example of students that are at university. They get in, and not to say that university is the only place that you can get guidance in life, because What is university? University is really taking all the knowledge, even this, and putting it in one place, and then hitting you, dictating to you to say that this is what you need to focus so that you get to that step and that step and that step and then your end goal. Now, they are given a target at the beginning of the year to say that in this semester you're going to complete X. If you don't complete X in this semester, you're not going to get to the next semester. And then you find the students are under pressure. They're doing everything that they need to do because the university has set a focal point for you. Not to say that you couldn't set it yourself. Remember, you can. When you were born, you had a focal point. You had to get to the cervix. You made it yourself. But somehow along the path, along the way, you've lost the fact that you've got a focal point in this life. You came in for a purpose. And then you need that guidance. You need that extra vim. You are here as well because you are also aligning what? Your focal points. Am I standing in the correct position for the mic? Or am I good? Okay. So your focal point. So they give you this and then you get to the semesters and you go on and on and on until you get your degree or you get your diploma, whatever it is that you have applied for. Now, it is in these circumstances or in those environments that you're in that you find yourself. You find who you are. There's a lot of noise in this age group around us. It's more noise now than there ever has been in the history of humankind. The advent of the internet has brought in a lot of brain noise for us. And it's not a bad thing. It has come in your lifetime, which means that it is your problem. It is for you to solve. I always say that every generation that is born into a problem in which only that generation knows how to solve, right? If you think that you've come into a situation and there's the madlangas, there's the, what are all the problems of the world? There's a Donald Trump on one end, there's a Mabahambe on the one side, there's, what is it? Gender-based violence. There's all these problems that have faced you. These are your problems. They're happening in your timeline. And who are the people that are encumbered with these problems? You. There's music somewhere. Who's playing music? Sounds like it's coming from a speaker somewhere. Okay, it's from this room speakers. So the problems in your timeline, ladies and gentlemen, young, beautiful ladies and gentlemen, are your problem. They might be happening at a time where you are helpless right now, but they are your problem for you to solve. So what does that mean? It means that we got to focal point. We got to stay focused on the issues around us. We stay focused on who we are, what we are becoming, and how we're going to get to where we are becoming. It sounds very vague. It sounds very light, right? Do you know the saying, Yamas Satan? And Satan just steps into the room. It's okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Nick. Yeah. Sounds like elevator music. Okay, so that focal point. So, and I'm going to keep going back to the focal point because this is where we talk, this is our goal setting. But when somebody comes to us and says, oh, set goals, what we look at when we think about goals is our current reality. Our current reality is that we are in a place where we're looking for employment, we're looking for what to do with our lives, where to get knowledge, but most importantly, we're looking for a livelihood, right? What is a livelihood? A livelihood is a situation where we can go to a place in the morning, at the end of the day, earn an income and take care of things. That's correct, right? That's our priority right now. Am I what? Oh, thank you, Nick. Thank you very much. That's for my diets later. So we all have priorities. No matter what noise we hear around us, at the end of the day, the people that we're dealing with is me. The person that is me. We're dealing with that. There's a lot of tools here that you're at Access70 this week. You're just picking up one tool. It makes a 0.000x percentage of the tools that you're going to need in life. But the good thing is that you are here searching for tools, or you are just constantly searching for tools. And that is where to start, right? Back in the 1980s, the same girl that I told you about, who's standing in front of you, our hype, our thing was alcohol, pregnancy, boys. We really did not have the structure. Everybody around us, the grown-ups, were way too stressed and way too involved in the current problems at the time to think about the generation that was coming up. I'm not going to say we were the lost generation, but everybody was fighting for survival. There were guns in the streets. There were houses burning down. If you were a mother, the only thing you cared about was whether or not your son was still alive in the fields. If you had a son, is he still alive? If he's not alive, will I find him to bury him? Imagine that being your daily thoughts. Imagine that being your trauma for the day, or you're not even, or not even knowing that is your trauma, but that is your reality. If you were a girl, in my case, the only thing I worried about was if they burned down the home we lived in, would I still have an ID in the morning so that I can run away to a better place? The best friend that I wanted was somebody who owned an AK-47, and he was 19 years old, and he was taking all the risks on our behalf. When they took him down 21 bullets, and when we lost him, we had nothing. And I felt like my world was falling apart. The people, good. It's not like we were any different to you guys. We looked as pretty as you guys. We were as cool as you guys. We were just dying like flies. And our entertainment every weekend was to bury each other. Right? That it sounds gory, it sounds scary, but that is my reality. It was my reality and my problem for the time. And I never imagined that I would stand one day, years later, in front of a group of people and narrate the story, because I didn't even think I would be alive. You just wanted to be alive the next month, and if they don't get me now, maybe they'll get me next week. If they don't get me next week, we might just, if I make it to the end of the year, I might just make it. Long story short, I woke up once in the middle of the night and I ran. I ran to the Catholic Church and I asked for solace there, and I stayed there. I had already completed my matric, and that was, in that day and age, somebody like me was called Ini Igwala, right? There were Impimpis, and then there was Amagwala, right? So there were three types of people. There was the brave hearts, there was Impimpi, and there was Amagwala. I was Igwala. What could I do? They had killed the one person that was in our group that could protect us. I had nothing else. So I was Igwala. I was the coward, what they called the coward. So I ran away until I could not run anymore. And that is how I got saved and escaped the area. Right? Then there was Imbimbi. They would go and rat out people. Go to that one is in that field, hiding in that field and that field and that field. And then they would get something like 100 rand from the Afrikaners. And then the Afrikaners would go and find the people and shoot them dead. There's a song that said, Udlala ngekazi labantu 100 rand ikazi lendoda. Do you know that song? Have anybody watched Sarafina? Nobody knows that line, right? 100 rand ikazi lendoda. So that Mpimbi would get paid 100 rand to rat out somebody so that they can get killed by the agents. It was a lot. And it sounds gory. But your story is gory now as well. We're sitting with high unemployment. We're sitting with uncertainty around what's happening with our country in politics. We're sitting with uncertainty with global politics, the global economies. We're sitting with so much uncertainty with what is happening with viruses in this era that we're in. We come from one of the deadliest viruses 5 years ago. We're sitting with so much uncertainty with what is going to happen to food prices and unemployment. And it keeps creeping up. It keeps creeping up on us. Poverty in Africa, food scarcity. Your problems are not lesser than the problems that I had. Your problems and your reality are as valid as the problems and realities that I had. But what does it take out of us? It requires of us to, right? First of all, we got to create what that is that we want for ourselves. And then we got to hold it. We got to hold tight to it. And then there are tools that are required for you to hold tight to it. Those tools are vast. It's about the people, your circle that you choose to surround yourself with, the how you choose to live your life, how you choose to be intimate with others, the partners that you choose, the circles that you keep, what you choose to feed your mind, how you protect your body, what you eat. These are all the tools that we're going to have to apply to keep the focus and to stay alive and to stay, so that one day we are standing and saying, I come from there. I made it. I made it. Because, my dear kids, and I can call you that, this life is hard if you don't apply yourself. Now, here's our other biggest challenge in this area or this phase that we find ourselves in. The biggest challenge we sit in is the noise overload that sits in this gadget here. This can save you or it can tear you apart. The biggest way that it will tear you apart is that it will rip you, strip you of your time. Of your time. So I've got a son and a daughter. Tell you about the daughter. So she's in a fairly okay school, because I don't believe that a school maketh the child, but she was in a good school. And everything, when she went in there, everything was cool, great. No drama. 1 year into the school, she got caught up with this. And this took up all her time. Now think about from January to December how much time you have as a young person. If you apply 60% of your time to this, you're only going to get 40% of that time to your schoolwork. If you've applied only 40% of your schoolwork, your results are going to be 40% of what you're supposed to be getting. And that is exactly what she got, right? And she started struggling, right? Started struggling heavily from being a top, an A student to being a 40%er, right? And we had hard times, and having someone like me as a mother is not easy in life. It's not an easy thing to have me as a mother. So we applied the pressure, we put brakes where we needed to put brakes, we did everything that we could possibly do. But of course, one of them was to remove the gadget. And I know all of you, once we remove a gadget from you, you know, you can do anything to a young person, but take away their gadget, you've killed them. That's like say you're going to prison for 10 years. That's how it feels to a young person and a gadget, right? So we did remove her gadget. And long story short, I mean, there's many layers to that story, but she's now at UP, and she's flying. There's a program that's called Fly at UP, and she's gotten A's. Now, I did not tell you the full story of how we worked the whole gadget thing outside of her. But what we did do is say that this is what you're going to do. Without the gadgets, this is the work that you're going to complete within a day, within a week, within a month, within a term. And this work is not inclusive of the schoolwork that you have. It's in addition to the work that you have. And you are going to do this, you're going to be a prisoner, and if you don't do it, there's consequences. Right? And that was the harsh way. The other way is sitting down and saying, you're going to go to the naughty corner. Okay? And being nice. So I'm from the old school. I'm not the nice parent. I rule with a steel fist, because I know that if we do not apply pressure on ourselves, we're not going to make it, guys. We are not going to make it. When we are born as Black people, we're born with the whole tribe's tribulations on our shoulders. The sins of your father are sitting here, of your mother, your uncle, everything, your whole community is on your shoulders. You don't know it, it's virtual. It's on your shoulders. There was a time where I only knew burials in the Dlamini family. I didn't know anything else. I was not invited for anything else. But when it was time for burials, I was the first person on scene. My life changed when, and I actually lost all my innocence when my older sister died of AIDS in 1997. And when we took her back to the village, none of my family members were involving themselves in her burial. None. And I was working at what you call a peace job. And all my savings went to that funeral. Everything I had went to that funeral. That's one thing. The other thing is that I had to cook in that funeral in big Zulu pots that I had never cooked in, and do it alone. Why? Because there was animosity from the family members as to why my mother had allowed her to go to the city and didn't raise her in the village, and therefore she died in the city and did not die in the village. So they were all angry at her, and therefore they had sanctioned her. And I then had to pick up the pieces and carry that funeral alone. Not just carry the funeral, but also cook. Can you imagine anything like that? My innocence was gone in just that one occasion. It was a life-changing experience for me. When I say to you, you are born with the sins and the trials and the tribulations of your family members and everybody as a Black child, or as just a child in Africa. You are born with all of that, and you're going to carry them. But when those trials and tribulations and they're sitting there on top of your thing like a 20 kg pocket of potatoes, and you got to still carry that and carry your own weight, when that hits you, it must find you a strong person, because it is going to find you. It must find you a strong person because your target has been there. Right? Your target has been there. So when you sit there, you're actually looking at a person who's broken and whole. Two complete contrasts. Absolutely broken. But all the stains that life could endow upon them. But at the same time, complete from all the lessons of those trials and tribulations, and standing steadfast, so that not only am I standing for myself, but I'm standing for others. Standing for others. Can I borrow a cup? Anybody else? May I borrow that cup? Thank you. Standing for others. Because as a child born in Africa, that is what you're going to do. That is what you're always going to have to do. And somebody once asked me, what is your purpose? What's my purpose? I don't know what's my purpose. But all I know is that with everything that I do in life, right, I have to fill myself so much that everything that comes out of me overflows around me. Overflows. When they say thy cup runneth over, overflows so much that everything that I've put in there, can you see the color of that? The color of what is around me must reflect the essence of what I've put into myself. So that if I'm raising children, they must know the fight and the struggle so hard that they too have cups that are running over and everything around you is flourishing. What benefits a man who's come into this world, lived, taken care of their family, died, got buried a decent funeral, if whatever it is, or wherever they were, the ecosystem around them was not also overflowing or taking a positive shape of their essence? This is yellow. So you've got a yellow there and you've got a yellow there. Right? So if we can focus so hard on that thing, whatever your thing is, on that thing, so that it fills up so much into you that whatever spills out of you becomes then a replica of that. You know who does this very well? Drug dealers. Drug dealers. They're in the community. They've infiltrated the community. They've managed to distribute drugs in the community. They've also made people's children believe that that is the way to go. Right? Everything that flows out of them becomes this. And that is the reason that you find in places like Manenberg, the flats. What is the flats in Cape Town? Cape Flats, Ravensmead, all those places. They've managed to sustain an ecosystem that looks like this. because the leaders of that place, their cups are overflowing, and they're overflowing this damage that is then subsequently creating a ripple effect on its immediate constituents, that they all turn out looking like this. Right? They all turn out looking like that. When you sow a culture of hatred, let's call ourselves MAGA, white elitist. If we teach our children that to be better or to be the best you can be is to look down upon a certain color, a certain race, a certain nation, a certain country, they're going to grow up believing that that is the right color for our ecosystem, and they then going to feed that onto their generations. And that is the reason you find that things like racism does not immediately vanish post-apartheid. It's because the cups from which that essence is overflowing looks like that, or is a certain color that says complete this task. How do we change that? How do we change it? We change it in everything we do, in everything we say, in the way we walk, in the way we interact with each other. You're not going to find the middle class in South Africa out in the streets saying abahambe. You know that. You're not going to find that. Why? Because there's nothing that the foreigners or the illegal immigrants are taking out of the middle class. But they're taking out, but where they are in the squalor or whichever part that they find themselves, they are sitting there. This is 6 of us here, and there's only one thing of water, and we all got to share that. And that creates a massive scarcity for us all. What then do we need to do? We need to fight each other, kill each other off, so that only you and I can share this. And this is what happens when things are left to deteriorate to a point of no return. And then it takes a certain caliber of person to change that around for that ecosystem. So what am I talking about? I'm not talking about global politics. I'm not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about your very nucleus in your very household, in your very home. I'm talking about your nucleus in your heart, your essence, who you are. Because that's exactly where it starts. Once you change me, if I change me and I improve me, my immediate, this is my family. There's my father, my mother, my sister, my brother, my uncle. If I change this, and I have the power to change it, I can regenerate everything here. If I change this, those around us that are seeing us will aspire to it. Obviously, positively. We're not going around murdering people or giving drugs to children. You understand? So whatever it is that we got to do, we got to. And it starts with learning. Learning me. Learning who I am. What is my essence? What are my core values? What are the things that I stand for? What are my deal breakers? What are where's the place that you cannot cross the line? If you are my best friend, where is it that I say, no go? Where are my barriers? Where's my boundaries? How far do I push? Where do I say no more? Where do I say let's go? And who do I take along with me? Because back to this, it profits no one if you've lived this amazing life. Now I've done it. This is our family. We've done everything, and everything we've done has benefited just us. But we've got an entire tribe around us that we've left alone. And your tribe need not be your blood family. It need not. Your tribe is everybody that comes across you or crosses paths with you. How do we make sure that we help the next person? And help the next person so that the next person. And when I talk about help, I'm not talking about blind, okay, borrow me 20 rand. Yeah, there's a 20 rand. One thing about me, you'll never get a dime out of me. Ever. No, because that's not helping anyone. Right? But if you come to me and you show me then I've done so well, I've been accepted here and I need assistance. But you come to me and just kanjalo nje, never. Everyone that knows me knows that I don't roll like that. Right? And neither should you. Neither should you. No family member should just come up to you and get what they want. Right? Either they work for what they want out of you, or they show you proof that they're going to give back to you what it is that you're taking on. I don't know if any of you follow the Bible or are biblical in any way. If you want to understand that better, go to the book of Proverbs. Never ever give your assets away to somebody when you don't know how they're going to give them back to you. That's a story for a different day. So what I'd like us to do at this juncture, it's become very quiet in here. I'd like us to break away into, how many of us are we? 20, 25. If we can just quickly break into twos, pairs. So choose one person, not sitting around you, anybody outside of your table. Let's do it pretty fast. So you can stand up, choose one person, stand next to them. Management, how much time do we have? How much time do we have, Tariro? 10 minutes. Okay, so we've got approximately 10 minutes. We're going to do the exercise now, and then after the break, we'll debrief on the exercise. So 10 minutes, if we have 10 minutes, so each person has 5 minutes. Nick, do you have my questions on the table, up here for me, please? So choose the person. Ubani Jonas. Jonas. If there's a Jonas, there's a Joyce. So who's Joyce? There's no Jonas without a Joyce. Okay, do we have questions? Okay. Right. Okay. So what I'd like for us to do is that you're going to get 5 sets of questions. These are called dyads. It's just for us to get to understand ourselves better, or to just to reflect on ourselves more. So you're going to get 5 minutes each. So there's 5 questions. You're going to, so the one party asks so you take turns. You ask your partner the 5 questions. And you can record them. You have your books. You can record the answers, and then after the one part, so you listen intently. And whilst they're giving you the answers, you just listen and you take notes, and then you go on to the next question and so on. So you've got 5 minutes, 1 minute per question, and then after the 5 minutes is up, you swap. So the other partner asks the questions, take notes, listen intently. Do not interrupt the party whilst they are sharing their answer with you. And then you swap after 5 minutes. Okay. This is called dyads. It just helps us to further interpret the story behind me. Story behind me, the story behind you. And you can choose a quiet place. You don't have to be in one crowd. You can also do it over tea break. It's fine. We'll debrief on it after the break. There's 5 questions.
So do you need all 5?
Yes, please.
You've got them one by one, right? Yeah, one by one. Currently they're one by one.
Okay, let's write these questions. If you can take a screenshot of them, that's fine. That's what technology does for us. We don't have to dictate and write. You guys ever know dictation? Did you ever do dictation at school? You did dictation? Interesting. Anybody doesn't know what dictation is? Wow. Okay. So dictation was, let's go on to the next question. The guys are going to take screenshots of it. Okay. We all got that? Does everybody have question 2? Are you writing? Do you want to take it with your phone? And then, oh, geez, you can do that. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so you will all receive it on your phones. You've got between now and the tea break to work through it. When you are back, so your name is? Oma. Oma and? Tando. So Oma, you will come back after the break and share everything that Tando has shared with you. Okay? And so on. So you will do the same after he's done that. Okay? It will be 1 minute per person. Okay? You summarize everything. Thank you. With that, I think that so you are officially in a breakaway now, and then it will be your tea break, and then we come back and continue with that session. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Desiree. Let's give a round of applause to Desiree. Alrighty. Cool. Let's get out and get some fresh air and some refreshments. Let's make sure that we are in here exactly at 11:12. The next session will be starting at 11:15. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello.
So
maybe they fixed it again. No, maybe they fixed it again because the problem was it switched off every time after 2 seconds. It switches off on its own. Yeah. So now maybe they replaced the batteries. Thank you. All right.
Hello, hello, hello. Sunburn.
Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Cool. Let's get started. It's 11:16. We need to get started. It's 11:16. Where's that roaming one? Where's the roaming one?
Yo! What's up? Let's go! Let's get back inside. So it must be really nice. Let's get back inside. Go bring your sweet cake.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go back inside. And the ones at the back there on the yay! Let's go. Let's do it. Thank you.
Guys, let's get inside. Let's get inside. Wait.
Hi everyone, we're going to settle down now. Tariro is going to be here to do a little bit of an intro.
Am I using this one? Okay. Okay. Cheers, 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 cheers. Did we take too much of a break? Are we running short of time now? Okay. Okay, welcome back. May we get, let's say, 4 teams to volunteer. There's too many of us, so we're not going to be able to go through everyone's diets. So I'd like us to volunteer 4 teams to please stand up, volunteer, take your partner with you and come up to the front. First volunteer. Gooey, hello. If you don't volunteer, I'm going to choose you. Volunteers. Where's your partner? Thank you. So let's go with what was question number 1? Thank you.
You want to go first?
So read out the question again.
So question number 1 is, what is something about your journey that people see and what is something they never see? And the follow-up was, what did you have to overcome to become the person you're sitting here today? So from what I discussed with Tando is that she or what people around her saw was that they would see someone who was spoiled and had it easy, but they never really saw what she had to go through because her life wasn't easy. What most human beings do is that they like to look at the finished product.
Hold on. Let's only go with what you heard from her.
Yeah.
Don't start telling us the rest.
Yeah.
Give us what you heard from her. That's all.
Spoiled and has it easy, but she never had it easy. That's what I got from her.
No, you got to go through all of her dyads. Yes, please.
Okay, so shall I move on to question 2 as well?
Yes, please.
Question 2 being, what is one thing people assume about you that isn't true? And the follow-up is, what do you wish people understood about you? So from her response, she would say that people assume that she had a job and that she has it all figured out. And then question 3 was, what is something you are carrying right now that you don't often talk about? And the follow-up is, how is it affecting your life? And her response was trying to keep a healthy relationship with her parents after a certain career choice, which she chose media. And the parents wanted her to choose nursing. And moving on to question 4 is, tell me about a moment that changed the direction of your life, and the lesson being, what did the experience teach you about yourself? And she said, seeing a psychologist, it changed her output of how she views life. And then question 5, the last one is, what do you need more in your life right now? And the follow-up is, what's stopping you from getting it? And Tando's response was the right support structure. And what's stopping her from getting it is the different values that the support structures have.
Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause for capturing her answers so well. It tells us that you listened with intent. Thank you very much. Let's go.
So with question 1, should I read the questions again?
I think everyone knows the questions, right? Okay, let's go.
So question 1, his answer was that people get to see the final product without knowing what he's actually been through. And then with question 2, people see him as intimidating and rude, but he's just a straightforward person. Reason being is the fact that he's been hurt so many times that he's been hurt so many times, so he decided to be straightforward with people and just be honest with them instead of being dishonest with these people. And then question number 3, his answer was mental health and pressure from family, basically a programmed life. And then question 4, this one, he had to go through an experience whereby his cousin unalived himself, and his family is a family that doesn't take mental health seriously. So that took a toll on him, and he got the wake-up call. And then question 5, it's more or less the same answer. The right support structure that is open to listening more than just listening and answering. And he's also stuck between the generation of being the 90s and the Gen Z's generation. So, yes.
Thank you very much. And also well done for listening intently. Thank you. Do you need a mic? Oh, do you want your mic back?
No, I'm not saying it.
Okay. Bring me back my mic. Okay, next, another group, please. Another pair. I'm going to call upon that pair sitting in that corner there. Right? You, yes. I think for context, are the questions up on the board? Is it possible to put them up so that, just to keep us abreast with the questions and the context. Let's go.
Are we gonna get the questions? Because I didn't write them down.
I think to make, whilst you're waiting for read the questions and let's go with the answers as well.
Okay, the answers.
Sorry about that, Kabelo. That is just impromptu, just to help us realign with the context so that whilst we're going through the answers,
Okay, so the question was, what is something about your journey that people see, and what is something they never see? What they see is that life is rosy, that it was easy for her to achieve her current achievements, being her degree from UJ, and being accepted again for her honors. And what did you have to overcome to become the person sitting here today? Okay, wait, I think I confused the way I wrote. Which one? Okay. She had to overcome the struggles and the extra efforts of being up, the late nights, and just putting in extra work that people don't see. The second question was, what is one thing people assume about you that isn't true? And which was, the answer was that she is selfish and that she is jealous, a jealous person. And the follow-up was, what do you wish people understood about you? She wishes people understood that she was peaceful and she believes in kindness, and that kindness goes a long way. The third question was, what is something you are carrying right now that you don't often talk about? Okay. It's the death of her father and her brother, which is this year in March for her father, and last year for her brother. The fourth question. And a follow-up question was, how is it affecting her life? She wishes her dad was still alive because she feels lonely. Her dad was her best friend. So right now she feels like she's navigating life alone. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. Which question am I on? Sorry. Question 4 now.
It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay.
It's okay not to be okay.
They've got you. They're supporting you both, especially the lady whose story it is about.
Sorry guys, allow the process to happen. Let's allow them to go through it. If you just let me be, allow them. Don't run with water. Leave the pair here. Let them be. Okay, this is a moment. Okay. Are you done? Are you done with your questions?
I was on before.
Okay, let's try and go through it. I know you're emotional.
Okay, the fourth question was, tell me about a moment that changed the direction of your life. And the follow-up question was, what did that experience teach you about yourself? So the moment that changed her life was being accepted for her degree at UJ. She felt like she actually did well for herself and that she can actually build a future for herself. And also again being accepted for her honors. Although the bursary, her bursary dropped her, she's still continuing and hoping for the best. The fifth question was, what do you need more than anything in your life right now, and what's stopping you from getting it? She needs a job so that she can, survive and have a livelihood. And again, she needs mental healing from her past traumas, if I can put it like that. And what's stopping her from getting it? Currently, the mental healing, she feels like it's too soon to speak about her emotions. But with time, she'll reach out for help.
Thank you. Thank you for listening so intently. And we can see that you got quite emotional about it. Thank you for listening, and thank you for narrating a story so well. Your turn, my sweetie. Are you able to go through it? She needed, so she didn't get a chance to. Yes, okay. Do you have one question of hers?
Which is question 1. She answered that they see the achievement and the certificate, and what they don't see, it's the sleepless night, tears, and the effort that she is putting every day.
Okay.
The follow-up question, her answer was emotional intelligence, not reacting to what life is thrown at her. Then, yeah.
Thank you.
And she felt like she needed to console me.
Thanks for the effort. Thank you, guys. Yeah. You know, those personalities that take on the pain of others, we have that in us. I also sometimes take on a lot of someone else's pain, and it's a human thing of us. It's what makes us human. Thank you to the two of you to really go through this. I can see that it wasn't easy. Thanks for the boldness and coming up and sharing that story with us. Can we get another pair? I'm going to choose a pair. Let's go. Yeah, right here. The two Jonases. Please come up. Let's get through it as quickly as we possibly can. So did you not get to finish? Okay. Yes, you might.
Hi guys. So unlike how everyone did the questions, we went through the questions and we started sort of like having a guy-to-guy moment, and we started having a conversation beyond answering. We were answering the questions during the conversations, but it was more of a conversation. So now I know the summarized version about him. He knows the summarized version about me. So yeah, that's how we're gonna say it.
Okay, I'm going to stop the two of you. If you did not follow the brief as we gave it to you, then you're not going to stand here and present to us, unfortunately.
We can answer the question.
Did you go question by question? Yes. Okay, because there's a reason that we needed that structure.
Oh, we didn't finish it. Okay.
It's okay. How far did you get to?
3.
Number 3. So you're the guys that don't finish your exams and questions. You don't finish your questions and exams.
Yes, ma'am.
You took time going to the toilet. I'm going to ask you guys to sit down. Can I get another group? Another pair? I'm going to choose a pair. I'll get the two of you sitting there in that corner.
So it will be 3 of us.
Oh, no problem. Please come through. How far did you get? 2 questions. Can I get another group that finished the questions? Let's go here. Let's go there. And guess what our next topic is? Time. Time management. We're on a growth mindset right now. But our next topic is time management.
What I picked up from both of us is that we both are one word answers and we can't really open up to each other a lot. And so what I got from her is what is seen versus what is never seen. That she's doing good by herself with no one to help or to carry her. And then negative talks, things and having negative talks about her. And then question 2 was, what do people assume that isn't true? Is that she's very confident because she talks a lot, but she's actually shy. And that she's not able to make everyone happy. Question 3 is, what are you carrying that you don't talk about? Is that being lonely and the difficulty of doing life by yourself without a friend or family who can relate and help. And then she's lacking spirituality. And then question 4, a moment that changed your life direction, is that when she didn't get accepted into varsity after matric, that life won't always go as she planned, but it changes the way she approached a lot of things. And then question 5, what do you need more in your life right now? Is support, not having someone to talk to when you need advice or comfort, and always not being able to make friends quite easily.
Thank you. I think that's a bit more than a one-word answer, would you say? She did quite well. Give her a round of applause.
The first question, she told me that people always assume that she has confidence, even though she struggles a lot with loving herself and being true to herself. And then the follow-up is, it stops her from holding it. It stops her, and she holds things back. The second question, what is one thing people assume about you that isn't true? Is that she's always happy and has a smile on her face, but in reality, she's carrying a lot of baggage. The follow-up is that she's not always going to talk, and she finds it hard to open up. The fourth question, or the third question, what is something that she's carrying right now? It's her family. And the follow-up was that she seems to think that she can take care of everyone, but besides herself. The fourth question was, tell me a moment that changed the direction of your life. And then she said, almost losing her mother. The follow-up is that life is too short and we should live in the moment, not knowing what to expect. The last question was, what do you need more in your life right now? And she said, God. The follow-up was that she's not being obedient. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Should we take one more?
Yes, please.
Who's going to volunteer, or am I going to choose? Thank you, Maureen and Co.
Would you like to start? So I was with Avugile. Did I say it right? Right. Okay. For question 1, what is seen versus what other people never see is the fact that people see that she shows up. What other people don't see is the battles she fights or she's been fighting. It's tough battles, and to let go of things that are holding her back, that's what she overcame to be here. Number 2, what do people assume that isn't true is the fact that people assume that she's perfect. And the follow-up was, she's not perfect. Number 3, what she's carrying that she hardly talks about is the financial pressure. And the follow-up side of it was, it has affected her to a point that she's now starting to complain and she's not living in her full capacity or living in the moment because she keeps complaining about money this, money that. She started thinking that money is everything. Number 4, a moment that changed her life's direction was grief. The follow-up for that was to realize that life goes on. She needs to move and she needs to show up and continue to show up. Number 5, what she said she needs to more in her life right now was she said she needs a job to help sustain herself because there is no support. And lack of getting that one opportunity, that one yes that says we are hiring you, that's what would make the next step in her life.
Hi, everyone. I have the lovely Maureen as my partner. And we have the first question. It is... Oh, okay, thank you. What is something about your journey that people see and what is something they never see? I found out that we have common interests, that we both believe in showing up. We have we are positive and we have confidence. And something they don't see is the battles that she said, what they don't see is the sacrifices and the internal battles. The follow-up was, yeah. Sorry. Okay. What is something people assume about you that isn't true? She has the determination. She's a bit harsh and headstrong. But she says that she has moments where she has doubts and she's learning from the experience and she is growing. And we have number 3. What is something you are carrying right now that you don't often talk about? She says that she's currently going through migraines and it's taking her from 100 to a 0. So when she's in the room, she struggles to participate because the pain takes up her mind. Yes. Yeah. Number 4. Tell me about a moment that changed the direction of your life. She says that she's choosing. She's waking up and she's choosing. We have to choose in life.
Sorry, did we all hear that? Choosing.
Yes, choosing.
Okay.
Yes, she's choosing. And we have number 5. What do you need more of you? What do you need more of in your life right now? And she says that she needs healing. She needs a support system. She needs to sit down and calm down. I believe she has so many tasks in her shoulders and she needs that moment where she can relax and speak to someone. I feel like she this adds to her. She's a leader, and sometimes you need to give leaders room to sit and share what they have in their mind because they're carrying so much. Yeah, we done. Yeah.
Is that it? Thank you, ladies. Let's give everyone a round of applause. It's not easy to share your personal self with the next person, and I really commend the trust that you've had in each other to share your deepest thoughts and feelings and your way of being at the moment. Sorry, I've got mic issues here. I'm not very good with the mic, and that's why I probably am not a singer. So yes, it's we've gone through a bit of vulnerability, opening up, and I appreciate each and every one of you who've shared deeply. This is something that in life we often don't get a chance to do, or if we do it, with people that we know, and it ends there. To totally share with a stranger is not an easy thing. So especially the two ladies that came up, props to you guys for sharing your story. And I just want to ask each and every one of us here, what is the one takeaway that we've gotten from this exercise? Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna say, for me, it's okay to be vulnerable, because as a firstborn daughter, you carry so much, and it's very hard for you to like break down, because in my instance, it feels like you're weak. You know, you can't take, you're not strong. So it's okay to just, if you're not okay, you're not okay. Don't try to like maybe bottle up things, because that's one thing I also struggled with, bottling up things just to be, just to appear strong and everything is fine, you got this. But when I'm in my room, I'm just like, no, like, I'm not okay. So yeah, that's one thing I learned from this exercise.
Thanks for sharing. There's a hand out there. Come to you, Maureen.
My key take, am I audible? My key take from this exercise is that we are all going through something, or we've all been through something. But that doesn't stop us from showing up the following day. It doesn't stop us from doing our best and still wanting better. I'm still emotional, sorry. It doesn't stop us from wanting better. It shows us that we are stronger than what we've been through, and that we are determined, and that we know what we want.
Thank you. And Maureen?
One of the takeaways I took from this exercise was, as the reflections were happening, right? And I think maybe this also occurred maybe during while we were sharing in sessions with our partners, was the fact that individually, or not all of us, but most of us, feel the urge to want to add something and want to put in some words of motivation into someone's answer. And like, I like how you became headstrong to say, if you did not adhere to the exact same thing, let's not, because there's a reason why you place them like that. And even with the sharing, you kept on trying to stop other people. And I think maybe individually you probably maybe felt yourself to want to motivate someone's answer or however, but sometimes it's literally valuable that you leave it as is, so that whoever is in the room and is supposed to receive that answer or act on that answer can act on what is literally at hand and what needs to be done. For example, if somebody says, I need tea, and he is the one who's got tea. He can stand up and offer the tea without having to over explain that tea because it's life and whatnot and whatnot. Just saying that he needs tea, somebody can stand up and give them tea. That's what I meant.
Anybody else? Do you want to share? Anyone else wishes to share? Gentlemen here.
The biggest takeaway I got from this exercise is people may always assume, and it's good that they assume as well, but as well as if you don't explain and express yourselves, people may not understand where you're coming from. In terms of me and Tabo, we were like, we've been given labels that we never really wanted at this camp, and it's something that got us a bit, as men, you know, men get a bit emotional, like, what have you done to deserve this? So it took up a bit of our time when we were answering the questions, because we're like, you know, after watching that series, hey, Pinko Jonash is something else, like, hey, guys. But anyways, yeah, and even when we were about to present, we could have motivated and defended that we went through the questions and after we started summarizing, but that notion that we already had in our minds that, of course, like, they already have a perception that they have about us, so it's fine. We might as well move on. So it's something that really stuck with me.
Okay.
So the whole Jonasi thing, Nema. We call him Jonasi because there is 4 ladies in our group and he's the only guy. It was just a joke. It's not that deep.
Ouch.
No, not that deep. We call each other. That is from our group.
Joke. Yeah,
So
it's just a
I don't
joke.
know
It's
why
not
he's
that
taking
deep.
it personally, but
Yeah. Okay, so
it's just
okay,
a
guys.
joke.
Okay, I'm going to need to
No,
shut
not
this
him,
one down.
him. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
don't know why
Thank you.
he is-
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's all settle down, please. Thank you. Did you want to say anything that is different to Jonas? Okay. Okay, let's settle down.
Okay, so about what I took from this whole exercise, I feel like it's better sharing with someone that you don't know, because there's a 98% chance that you'll never see them again, versus sharing with someone that you know, 90% chance they're gonna use that against you in the long run. So it's basically like taking all your problems, putting it on a boat, and then let it sail out.
Ouch. Okay. Thank you very much. Just before I move on, I'd like to just clarify some stuff. Guys, there's a lot of pain in jokes. Let's always be conscious of that. So we're only now ascertaining that the gentlemen do not like that reference to Jonas, and it's not a pleasant reference. So I think I'd like to politely ask that we squash the joke. Okay, even if we are just joking and having fun, if it's not pleasant, we squash it. I'd like us to get up from where we are, walk over to the 2 gentlemen and give them a hug and sincerely say, I am sorry. We're going to take 30 seconds to do that. Please get up, give them a hug, and I am sorry. It doesn't have to be a group hug. We got 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Cabello. Thank you. Okay. So let's always be conscious about jokes, whether you're in the office or you're in a place of learning. Let's be careful with how we joke with each other. There gets that point where it becomes a pain point, and we need to be aware and conscious and know when we're crossing that line, even in the name of joking. So we sincerely apologize to you. For whatever reason that we started calling you Jonas, we apologize. Okay. Do you accept the apology? Do you accept the Jonas apology? You're still working on it.
So from my side, it wasn't really a problem.
Okay.
I understood the joke, and as part of my those ones, it was a thing of it is a joke, and I did not take it personally because first of all, I don't even know who Jonas is, how he operates. I haven't watched the series.
Okay, that's fine. So
Yeah.
this does not then relate to you. It relates to the gentleman
gentleman,
who's
yes,
taken
um,
offense to it. So we sincerely apologize to you. Do you accept our apology? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So moving along. So guys, what and you rightfully summarized it. We are all going through something. We are all going through something at every phase of our lives. But it just helps us, it gives us a little bit more comfort when we can talk to somebody and when they hear us. The reason I said when your partner is speaking, do not interpret, do not give them advice, allow them to spill out to you. Allow them, because too often a time we don't have that opportunity to vent without being motivated or without being discouraged or encouraged. We don't get a chance to cry it out. It's a beautiful therapeutic thing to just allow someone to tear on your shoulder. Don't be afraid of tears. Don't be afraid of emotion. You know, it's a luxury when somebody can actually open up, be vulnerable, and share their deeper, innermost pain with you. So sometimes just allow it. As I said, let's not rush to comfort, but hear with empathy and understanding, and let the person flow. Let the person flow with their emotions. And also, if I'm venting out to you, it's a luxury to me or for me that you've given me your ear to hear my pain. Not because I believe there's something you can do to ease my pain, but just that portal or that corridor through which I can then vent out. It feels therapeutic. So
Yeah, I just I want to agree with what you're saying, and it reminded me of. So I worked as a. Am I audible? Can you guys?
Loud and clear. We can hear you.
But when I worked at, so my first job experience I worked as a customer service agent for Amazon. So wow, it was a crazy time for me, where I would be up at night, servicing international customers and sleeping during the day when everybody's out and about. And I was let go. And one of the people, my family was already on holiday in December. And for some reason, I was afraid to call them and let them know in that moment. And I was home alone while in Pretoria while they were down in rural KZN. And the first person I called was one of my friends. And I remember just when she answered the phone, all I did was just cry. And looking back, like she let me cry for a good 20 to 25 minutes without interrupting me. But she just let in a few fillers just to let me know that she's still listening and that she's waiting for me to just allow my emotions to flow before I could tell her what was happening. And fast forward 3 years later, I'm still so grateful for that. Like, I'm still like, wow, it really makes a difference, you know, just knowing and knowing that there's someone in your corner and that you can just talk to someone who will allow you to go through your emotions before you can compose yourself and really say what you're going through. So yeah, and I'm eternally grateful to her for that. So I just want to reiterate what you're saying and support what you're saying. It really makes a difference.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. What we're going through, and you might not, because it doesn't just click a light. What we're going through is growth. We're growing. I call them turning points. One of my biggest turning point was a diet like this. The reason I asked you to go through diets is because it gives us an opportunity to self-reflect. When we are reflecting, it's a growing moment for us. And you're going to come across many moments. Sometimes those moments of growth are painful. Sometimes they're in the form of a new opportunity that comes your way. Sometimes that growth comes in the form of a new relationship or losing a relationship that was not good for you and you had to burn the bridge and burn the person on the bridge as well. Sometimes the growth comes in the form of you just getting an epiphany. Something just hits you like, oh, I didn't think about that. Or sometimes it comes in the form of you having watched something on the internet or spoken to someone. So we are forever going through growth. We are forever growing. And growth comes through learning, realizing things, experiencing stuff. When the loss of a parent is a massive turning point for a young person. Why? Because that is the branch on which you've held on for all your life. And suddenly that branch leaves you and you don't know what else to hold on to. There's a lot that you have to navigate in life. Because losing a parent at a young age, when you're not standing on your 2 feet yet, is never going to be an easy thing. Or sometimes you lose a love relationship that you stood on so strongly and your emotions in that relationship was so tight and you thought you had it going and you suddenly lose it. There's no medication that can help you recover from that. That's a growth spurt. That is growing. The pain that you go through there, you cannot explain to anyone. You cannot explain to anyone. Or the loss of an opportunity. You had that interview nailed down. You were there, you were present, you got it all, you knew you had it, and you just lost it. You know, that's a turning point. It's a growing point. Thank you. Sorry, guys, that I've been a pain with this microphone. My sincere apologies, Kabelo. Actually, it's not me, it's the microphone. So everything that you go through, it's not going to come to you and say that's a light bulb learning point. The fact that you survived it, the fact that you grew up to, you got up to another day and you were still the same strong person that you were 2 days ago, even though you're emotionally torn apart, is a big deal. So I always say celebrate the small feats in life. The small things, the fact that you are here this week, that's a huge thing to celebrate. Why? You've interacted with all these people. If you were in another country one day and this week after leaving these guys here and you walked on and you moved on, you didn't see them again, you didn't take their numbers, but you got an opportunity, you go to Zurich and it's extremely cold in Zurich and you got no one to talk to, and suddenly up springs who? Oma, whom you remember from Access70. You're going to feel what? You're going to feel exhilarated. Wow, my brother. Immediately, there's no way you're going to say hi, bye to each other. You're going to connect on a level. Why? Because you went through an experience together. So celebrate this experience. You have created a memory here in this week with a brethren that you will know for a long time. Sometimes you can say, okay, I'm going to make it intentional. I'm going to keep base with these people. I'm going to keep talking to them, or I'm going to forget about them. But the fact that you met them, they've left an imprint in your DNA, whether you acknowledge it or not. But I always say, appreciate the small things in life. Appreciate those opportunities. Part of growing is gratitude. If you go through life, or if we go through life with never realizing the little things, how did you get here? Somebody paid for transport. Somebody sponsored your transport. How do you have those clothes on your back? Someone took out from them. Where's that cup of mine? Someone took up from the overflow and gave to you. Gratitude. Gratitude. Gratitude that you're alive in the morning. Gratitude that your blood has not spilled on this land. Gratitude that you have people that can listen to your problems. Gratitude is everything. And I think that going back into the Bible, the reason that the higher beings of the Bible say, honor me, is because if you acknowledge and understand and appreciate the higher power that resides over you, the universe conspires, and you've got to believe this, the universe conspires collectively for your success. Let me tell you this, guys. The universe conspires positively, collectively for your success. All you have to do is acknowledge it. Nothing is by chance. And it sounds like a cliche because you've heard it 1,000 times, but nothing is a chance. Everything is aligned positively for your success. All you have to do is apply that mindset, that growth mindset. Because when you are growing, what happens when you're growing? Everything around you has life. The minute that you are dead, the maggots walk in. The maggots pull up to finish you. And what are the maggots of life? When you're not growing, what are the maggots of life? Self-destruction, alienation, negativity. Those are the maggots of life that pull up around you, and they eat you up until there's nothing left, there's just bones. But when you're alive, you're attracting sunlight. You're attracting life around you. You're exuding light. And there are many tools that position you towards the growth mindset. And we got to adopt and embrace. When, how? When and how? Now. How? By utilizing every moment that you have, which takes us to time. And these guys here gave me a perfect portal through which I'm going to explain my time factor. So, we've been given a task, right? Here's your task. There's 5 questions. Go for it. But then we said we're going to re-engineer those questions, or we're going to re-engineer or re-look. What happens? There was a train that was moving. You missed the train. You did not get on that train because you decided to procrastinate on the matter at hand. So it's a lesson for us not to poke holes onto them. They had their reasons, which is okay, but it was not the task. How many of us watch football? Okay, and I'm going to push it now. What's your team? Man United. Anyone else? Anyone who supports a real team? What's your team? Pardon? Arsenal. Come stand up here. Come right here. Anybody else? Okay. Can I ask all of us to stand up? And let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. That moment of silence was for the Arsenal. For Arsenal winning the Premier League. You may sit down. Sorry, Nick, I had to take that one, and I hope you have it on record, Mr. Liverpool. So in a soccer match, Time is of the essence. Have you seen what happens in the last 90 minutes of a game? And let's say we are on 0-0 or 1-1. What happens in the last minute? At 90 minutes, anybody, just volunteer. What happens at 90 minutes? We are 0-0 or 1-1. Let's talk. Anyone? Pressure. What happens? Anybody else?
They tend to be pressure, desperation, and people go out of the original plan just to achieve goals.
Anyone else? Sacrifice. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Sacrifice. Because you've had 90 minutes in the game. Now you've got nothing. You're on crunch time. You're going to go for the kill. Where does all that energy come from in the last minute? You don't even know. But you know, if I don't hit it, I'm gone. We are done. We're out. We're not making it to the next round, or we're just out of the league, or we are being relegated. It's that crunch time. Imagine if we lived our lives as if we're in the 90 minutes, in that last minute. Imagine how far we would get if everything we did was as if we are in that last minute where it's do or die. Do you know when Steve Jobs created his most amazing innovations within iPhone? Anybody? After he found out that he was dying. Why? Because time became an issue for him. When he realized he was dying, he came up with all the innovations without the egos and just said, this is it, I'm giving it everything into Apple. And it changed everything forever. How many years down the line he's gone and we are still iPhoning? Very few things are as revolutionary as things that went into iOS. Very few. The persons or the people that built the mechanisms around blockchain, around Bitcoin, one of those people was somebody who was dying. And he had a disease called MS, where that eats up your nervous system and your muscles so much that you're no longer able to breathe. But in that last moment of his life, he stacked up on the blockchain, he stacked up on the Bitcoin protocol so much that he created a future in cryptocurrency that will be spoken about for centuries to come. And he did it in the last hour. Time. Something so fickle and so faint that we think we have it forever. And we waste it away. And we lose so much. The difference between me and the next child or the next person in Richmond was how I chose to use my time. How I chose to use my time. And there's various things that create that in us. Are you okay? Do you need water? Okay. There's different things that actually trigger that out of us. If you lived your life as if that was the last moment that you have, you would change the world. You would change the world. And in this room, this is a room, or there are people in here that are going to change things in their environment so significantly that they won't be able to recognize themselves at the end of it all. And simply by how they use time. The richest person in the world, the poorest person in the world, the strongest male, the weakest female, everybody. A child that is born today, somebody in their 30s, their 40s, they all have one thing in common. What is it? What time? 24 hours. There's one thing in this world that the Creator gave us equally, without fear or any favor, and that is 24 hours. And the difference between that person and the next is how they use their 24 hours. And your 24 hours in this world are never going to be easy. And they're not going to be a direct duplicate of what the next person's is. But your focus is going to be related, directly related and proportionate to how you use your time. How you use your time. If you're saying you are unemployed, I say to people, I don't know unemployment. I don't know what unemployment feels like. I went to university. I studied. I mean, I didn't get good grades in matric. I got an H for Afrikaans. I don't know anybody who ever had an H in a subject. I had an H. When I couldn't get into university with my high school results because they were just too poor. I only got to university way past schooling, where I was using prior learning to get into university. I remember when it was time for school, I was in the streets, right? You know that story. But I went into university, got the master's degree, got all the education I needed. I've never had to refer to that document. I don't even know where's my matric certificate, but I've never had to refer to the learnings that I did at WITS. I've never had to go to someone and say, oh, I studied this at WITS. I've never used it, never had to. I've never written a CV for myself. Come a time when somebody wanted my CV, I'm like, oh, shucks, how do I write a CV? And thank God for AI. I've never needed a CV. Why? Because every time that I was employed, and not because I think I'm better than everyone, it's because I know I'm better. Why I know I'm better is because of how I use my time. So I would be employed, and like all of us, when you're employed, there's a camaraderie. We all at work, we at in front of our desk, everybody goes to lunch. So I would never leave my desk at work. I would sit there, take my lunch from there, do everything I need to do there. When my boss wants something done, it's done. If he calls me at 6 PM, it's done. They promoted me to such an extent that they did not know which level to promote me anymore, because there's no more levels. Okay, we give you more salary. But everything that I did in the workplace, and no matter what workplace I was, I would give it my everything. It did not matter if my boss was younger than me. It didn't matter. But I had a target. What was my target? My target was to run something like the thing that I'm working in and to own it. I once went into an interview and I sat with the boss and he said, what do you want to do in 5 years? And I said, I want to be running the operations department. Because I long decided that I'm an operator. And I did run the operations department. And then when I was running the operations department, I got bored and I needed to move on, and I went into business. And then I started running an operation that is far bigger than the operation. I was awarded a Pick and Pay in Soweto. And that wasn't enough. I had to take on more things, because every time that I reached the target, I reached the finish mark, I wanted the next finish mark. Every time that I reached the goal, I wanted the next. Why? Because I'm carrying so much burden on my shoulders that if anything fell apart, I would go back to square one. And I never want to go back. And my conviction, my moral conviction, was always to never go back to poverty, because there's no damn dignity in poverty. And poverty is not just a money issue. Poverty is a mindset issue that comes from how we've used our time. Why? And you would say, but it's not fair. I went through so much. I went through that. No. You can defeat it. Remember, you are a soldier. You've come this far. And you can. You can defeat it. I don't have to tell you that. You know it already. It's intrinsic. When you're born with that power. You're born with the lordship. You know it. It's in you. You want to suppress it, kick it down, push it down, but you know the power that's in you. You know. And so do you. You know what you're capable of. You know who you are. I don't have to stand here and tell you. No one else has to tell you. You know you're a beast. You are born out of something so powerful that it even scares you. It scares you so much that you want to close the book and walk away. But if you don't nurture that thing that is in you, that intrinsic thing, that power that is in you, you're going to find yourself at 50 and still searching. You'll be 50 years old and you'll search. I recently employed some youngsters from Richmond, from where I come, and they're all from Richmond, so they didn't do too well at school. But when they came up to me, 3 of them, they came up to me with such determination and so much fervor. And I usually don't like to work with unskilled people because I feel like it's a long road to skill up people that are skilled. But there's also a conviction in me that comes that says, if this person is so determined and I do not give them my time, I will have let them down. Long story short, they want to drive so we have a logistics company. We've got these taut-liner trucks. Along with farming, I'm sure you're wondering, Kantiwena, what is it that you do? But we do a lot of things. So they wanted a job, and I said, okay, we're going to put you in 2 weeks of training. In that training, you are going to pay for yourself. We're not paying you a cent. You're going to learn how to drive our trucks, because these are massive. It's like a train on the road. It's taut line, they're 22 meters long. You're going to learn how to drive our trucks. You're going to learn how the company works. You've got 2 weeks to do it. If you don't get it right in 2 weeks, I don't want to see your CV. I don't care. I just want to see the practicality of what you want to offer us. Lo and behold, long story short, those people are now employed with us. Determination. They used all their time to hone in the skills, and they are the best drivers we could ever imagine. And the starting salary for a driver, which our company does, is 18,000 Rand a month. And these are youngsters that have never worked in their lives before. They have no skills, but they've shown determination for one thing that they want to do. And now they are fully employed with us. I'm just trying to relay to us that with everything we want to do, we've got to use the tool. The time that you spend on and it's not a bad thing to be on your phone. There's AI in here that you can hack and you can cheat the system and move so far ahead, more than somebody who has an MBA. Don't cry that you were not accepted into university. Everything that you will ever need in university is here. But if you're sitting on TikTok and watching Amapiano dance moves, you're not going to get it. Because that's going to consume your time. How much time do I have? None. With that said, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all of the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you very much. Alrighty, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Des. I'm not going to take long. I want us to just quickly have 5 minutes for Nick, and then after that, we're going to go for lunch. Can we please make sure that we are back here by 1 o'clock? Alrighty. Yes, 1 o'clock. But before that, Nick is going to just need 5 minutes and then make sure that we are back by 1. So one thing I've learned when it comes to time, if you're told that you need to be back by 1, try to be there by 5 to 1. Okay. When you're here at 1 o'clock, that's good. But I mean, you can be better by trying to be here by 5 to 1. Thank you.
How we feeling, folks? Everything okay? If we're good, say yeah, I'm good. Actually, if we're good, say yeah, I'm great. All right, now shout it. I'm great. Right, let's lose the energy that I took over from, which is, yeah, life is tough. The real truth. You like Desiree's talk? Clap for her. If you loved her talk, stand up and clap for her. And if you really loved her talk, turn and look at her and clap and say thank you. Let me help you folks out. We're going into lunch. I want to take all my team leaders, all right? My team leaders, where are my team leaders at? Team leaders, I'm putting you through an interview simulator. It's a gift. Okay, get your lunch. No lunch break with anybody. Come back here with your lunch. See you in 10 minutes. I'll tell you what's happening. You guys are going to practice how to go into an interview simulator. You put up your hands at your team leaders. I'm going to put you through a simulator in lunch. Okay? And I'm taking you out of your lunch so that you can grow. Get it? Anybody got any problems? Where are the team leaders? Clap for them. Have a great time at lunch, folks. I'll see the team leaders in 5 minutes. Everyone else, see you at 5 to 1.
No seconds today.
Be facing this.
No, you just carry on with your conversation with her. The mic will catch you.
Oh.
Maybe just move your around a little bit. Okay, so you've got a little bit more. You can just.
These are my questions.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm just trying to create so that you talk across the mic. Try again. Matthew, just take the sound there for Lindy.
Matthew, can you hear me? Is that better? All right. Good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon, good, thanks.
I'm very good, thank you. Welcome. My name is Lindy and
Thank you, Lindy. Nice to meet you. I'm Sinobi. So I'm a recent graduate, and during my studies, I was part of the Postgraduate Association, where I was the PR manager, and I was responsible for intensifying the presence of the PGA. The presence of the PGA on campus, and just letting students know about the benefits of the Postgraduate Association. I have experience in customer service where I worked for Amazon. I have an internship experience with Famous Brands where I worked as a master data intern, and I recently completed another one with Uber where I was an account management intern. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to becoming an administrator and adding value to.
okay. Tell me about your experience as a
So I worked with international customers, mainly from Europe and the USA, and I was part of the retail and digital department where we would assist them with their orders or troubleshooting their Amazon devices.
And can you tell me about any
Challenges would be one of the challenges that I can think of right now is just dealing with customers from a different region who have thick English accents. Sometimes they were impatient, so having to navigate meeting Amazon targets because they've got crazy targets, so meeting those targets, but also just working with customers from a different culture and mindset. And a lot of them were impatient, but it took a lot of emotional intelligence to survive in that position.
Tell me about one experience where you had to deal with one customer. Tell me.
So one customer that comes to mind is they disputed their subscription, and they wanted a refund. They complained about the subscription not ending when they wanted it to end. And so I had to refer to like a playbook, so to say. So 1 minute I was talking to the customer while at the same time I had to read a playbook. So that's one of the reasons that maybe could have created me or prevented me from meeting targets that we were set for as customer service agents.
All right. Now tell me about NPI.
So it helps meet the targets or assist government where government would be failing. So, for example, helping the youth bridge the gap between their education and gaining experience, and helping them gain access in the workplace and giving them skills to do so. Whether it's like mentally or physically, any skills that might assist them in the workplace.
And tell me why do you think you're the best candidate for this position?
Well, I think it would first have to be my willingness to learn, my determination as well, and my experience. across all the internships that I've had, and my passion to just do a good job and actually contribute and make an impact in society and work for an organization that aligns with my personal.
All right. Do you have any questions for us?
So when are you looking to hire someone or take up someone for this position? And another question would be, I know that different organizations do different positions differently, but in your opinion, what does success look like for someone in this position at your company?
All right. Specifically, this is an administrative role, and we're looking for someone as in like the 1st of July. So, and it's a permanent position, and we're looking for someone that is going to fit in the culture and someone who is willing to and
Work culture would be, I think, flexibility, but also a culture where I can be open with my superior, and where I can be told, like, I want a safe space where I can be told what I'm doing well, and my supervisor would then advise me freely about where I might be lacking, but also a culture that is family orientated as well, and a culture that is passionate about social impact and mental health and well-being.
that is all from me. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for your time and this opportunity. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
Yeah. So next time, next interview, please be closer to the mic and a little bit louder. Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's cool. Okay, wait. What's doing this? Perfect.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah, just test again.
Hello.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, food.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye. Next, costume.
It's happened. It's so good. It didn't get hurt. Just nothing broke. Lighting's still good, eh? Lighting's
Okay, good morning. I'm not going to introduce myself again. You can introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Bianca Matebula. Oh, should I continue? Okay. So, my name is Bianca Matebula. I once worked for an insurance company. So my role there, I started off as an intern, as stakeholder engagement. So what I would do is I would plan events. This is internal and external, where I would plan like conferences, team building, meetings, internal meetings. I'd also handle the boss's calendar as well. So yeah, that's what I did.
Okay. Bianca, when you were doing the planning of the event, tell me about a scenario where everything that you planned didn't go according to, and how did you handle this?
Okay, so there was this one time where I planned a Christmas outing. So you have the itinerary, right? To say, okay, at 8, we should be like in the transport going to our destination and things like that. So it happened where people were drinking before that, because it was like a Friday. So people already had their previous after party and things like that. So I had an itinerary to say, okay, we're going to arrive at this destination at this time. But on the way, people wanted to stop, use the bathroom, buy things. And it was a bit frustrating because it was like, guys, there's a set plan and we need to be on time, And then one of my managers was like, you know what, Bianca, calm down. Don't take things so serious. It's okay. Everyone is supposed to have fun at the same time. We understand that you are time conscious, but things sometimes do not go your way and you need to just go with the flow and we all gonna have fun at the end of the day. It does not matter if we are 10 minutes late, it's okay. We're gonna get to the destination. So yeah.
And then tell me about the time when you had to balance multiple responsibilities.
So one thing I can say was a time where I had to plan an event that is in Lesotho and Botswana. So not Botswana, Eswatini. So these events was like, okay, it's happening this month and then next month as well. So, and I'm based in Gauteng. Now, the pressure was all on me to say, okay, I need to coordinate with people in Lesotho and Eswatini as well, and I'm based here in SA. So, like, what should I do? And one of I actually worked close with my boss, and he was like, you know what? At least you have a team behind you. You have a team in Lesotho, you have a team in Eswatini, so you don't have to like carry all that pressure towards you. If you need to delegate, then do so.
And then, what does a good administrator is to you? You can describe a very good administrator.
A good administrator for me is someone who does not make mistakes. I mean, you can make mistakes, but admin is like you're compiling information. So now let's say maybe you're working with the finance department, maybe, and you make a mistake in terms of figures. Now it's like things are gonna, tumble. So a good administrator is maybe someone who tries to minimize the mistakes and also report on time, submit the information on time. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay. And then what does professionalism mean to you?
Professionalism, I can say someone who is on time. Professionalism, like you when someone says work starts at 8, you should be there 7:30. Like be on time, dress appropriately as well. Don't come to work like smelling, reeking of alcohol or smelling like, nicotine or something like that. So that's what I can say.
And how do you handle confidential?
I do not share with anyone. That's how I handle confidential. Yeah, like I mean, if someone was to come to me and share something that's very confidential, I would respect, I wouldn't share with the next person because I know that if I was to tell someone like something confidential, I would not appreciate them sharing it with someone else.
Okay. And how would you deal with a difficult boss?
With my experience, so far in terms of when I started working, I've noticed that I'm very brave. Sometimes a very difficult boss can be rude, maybe appear to be rude or whatever. I feel like I would literally go to his office and say, sir or ma'am, I feel like you did not, approach the situation in the manner. Can you just, Yeah. If they disagree, they disagree. But it's like, at least I told them, obviously in a professional way. Yeah.
Are you not going to be worried about your job now that you confronted your boss?
In the workplace, as much as you are a boss and I'm the, employee, I feel like something should not be taken personal. Yeah, I feel like something should not be taken personal because I've been in a situation where I was working with some delegates and they were approaching me with things outside of work. So obviously I was like, okay, I'm still an intern here and this guy is approaching me with offside things. So I thought to myself, like, should I approach my boss and let him know that this is what's happening? Or do I, like, there was that fear of like, okay, if I approach my boss, we might lose a client, but I also have to put myself first. So I went and I told the boss and I was like, look, this is what's going on. I'm dealing with this type of situation and I do not want it to be like a situation where we lose this client. What should I do? And he was like, you know what, Bianca, you are grown. If you want to entertain this person, you can entertain him. But if you don't, it's okay. We know where you stand with this person. If you do not want to talk to him anymore, it's okay. We'll let someone else handle that situation. So, like, okay.
Should we hire you? Sell it.
Why should you hire me? So I'm someone who enjoys planning events. I enjoy the pressure as well. Like, even though that is weird to say, but I've noticed with like planning events, you get that pressure to say like deadline by this date, everything should be sorted, everyone invitations should be handed out, and that is admin as well. Emails, people responding. Like let's say if there's promotional things, talking to the suppliers, getting delegates, t-shirt sizes, their diet, restrictions. So yeah, that's what I can say. And I'm also a good communicator as well. Having to talk to everyone, making sure that, okay, everyone has the program, they know what's going on, they have their flight itineraries, things like that. So yeah, that's what I can say. And also, I'm also willing to learn. As much as I feel like I enjoy doing the event planning and whatnot, but I feel like there's still more that I need to learn. So I do appreciate the learning part of growing.
Okay. Yeah. Have any questions for me?
This job, is there flexibility or like, do I have to be here like every day, like Monday to Saturday, or is it Monday to Friday? Like, what?
Lucky
working
enough
hours?
for you, yes. Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 5 p.m.
Okay.
And we do not have a work from home policy. Everyone is expected to be here.
Okay.
Is that going to be an issue?
No, it's not gonna be an issue because at the end of the day, I want this job, so
yeah,
I don't have a choice, do I? So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your time and welcome.
Thank you.
All right, folks. I just want to say time is up.
Okay.
How was it? How was it? How was it?
Yeah, it was a good these cameras.
Okay.
Were a bit intimidating.
How was it to watch?
I felt like I was.
Did you run another session in the afternoon?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so three of you that didn't get the chance, four of you, Cabello included.
Hi, Bo.
Very boo. He's a team leader. He wants to be in it. The three of you put priority. We'll create space, continue doing it. I think it's useful, and I think
Can we support?
of course you can. And in every break, right, there'll be some sort of training activity available for you guys going forward. All right. So you're gonna have to hustle and figure out. I've given you 5 minutes now to eat. Probably enough. Go get some sunshine, take your food, watch everyone come in, and then you guys come in. All right, you're excused for 5 minutes post. Thank you. Thanks, Lindy. That was cool. That was nice. Did you feel good?
Greene is an American author and speaker. He has several books. The most popular one is The 48 Laws of Power, which debuted in 1997 or 1998. Yes, he has a book with a rapper called 50 Cent called The 50th Law. And his books are around power and interpersonal relationships.
Great, thank you. Anybody else learn about Robert Greene this weekend after our extra time class? Cool. Stand up and tell us your name and share your feedback.
My name is Maureen Gobeni. Feedback from Robert Greene is going through his book of the 48 Laws of Power was the one thing that stood out for me was the idea of the power of not saying everything within a room, yes. And the fact that there's also ways in how you can control people that seem or act more powerful than you. So there's a way in which you can tune people, get them to think, and it's all around the fact of what you say, how you present yourself, how you introduce yourself in a room, the things you do, the small nitty-gritties of the actions, what you touch, what you wear also. So the rules are just mainly about that and those laws, and I learned a lot from the laws.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to go to my favorite table over there. You know I've got favorites, right?
Okay. So what we learned, I'm just gonna mention the laws that stood out to us as a team. So at the core of it, Robert Greene is driven by human nature, power dynamics. He believes that people who understand these dynamics are better equipped to succeed, lead, negotiate, and avoid manipulation. But so out of the 48 laws, what resonated with us, especially as we prepare for this hackathon, is that one, never outshine the master. Two, conceal your intentions. That's very important for us. Three, crush your enemy totally and assume formalness as the fourth one that stood to us and that we might probably use going into Friday.
Brilliant. You see why they're my favorites? Can anyone see why they're my favorites yet? You can. Yeah, you can. You're accepting it. I don't think you are convinced, but yeah, come here, come. Take this microphone and tell them why I like these people. It doesn't mean I don't like anybody, but I'm just saying these are my favorites, and I'll tell you, and she's gonna tell you why, hopefully.
Hi guys, I'm Tando. Sorry.
Don't worry.
You guys are so ambitious. Like, you are full of potential, a lot of potential, right? And I like how you believe in yourself. Keep on doing that, and hopefully we can learn from them as time goes on. It's time for us to crack our shell and shine. We've been in this little shell of ours, and it's going to be a tough week. If you don't grow some tough skin, it's going to be hard. So I think it's time we toughen up and just step outside.
Thank you. 2 more submissions from the front. Come join me at the front. Who feels like they need a little chance to speak to the room and hasn't had a chance to express themselves yet? I don't mind who it is. Tell me what you learned about Robert Greene. I just got the mic here and I'm inviting you. What I'm doing is building your confidence. You don't know it. You're sitting behind in your shell, like Tando just said. But here's the chance. Anybody? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clap for her.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Kutlano. And one thing I've learned that stood out for me about Robert Greene is that there were 2 perspectives about him, right? One, a certain group of people perceived him as a manipulator, right? And another group of people perceived him as someone who uses what has already been established to use it to your advantage, establishing power or a work frame that has already been there for decades, that has already been there from before, like hundreds of years ago. So he was able to take the same methodologies that were used back then to, he structured them in a way that you can use to be in a better position. So you can have your own perspective of him, but I don't think he's a manipulator. He just allows you to learn how to use methodologies that have worked before to put yourself in a better position. Thank you.
You know when I take off my hat, it's because I'm impressed. Gee whiz, can I be on this team? You want to swap teams, right? Can you swap? You want to swap anyone? Tando wants to join the team. Not possible? Sorry. Robert Greene changed my life when I read 48 Laws of Power. I've currently gifted that book to somebody who I'm in business partnership with so that they can understand my moves and why I behave a certain way at certain times. One of the things that I will share now before we go into the afternoon is that I never stay to the end of an event. Okay, so I'm attending your christening or your baby shower or whatever it is. I won't stay until the end. Okay, and there's some things about your availability and your people having access to you, okay, that increases your value. So the more you're not available, the more your value increases. If you haven't got the 48 Laws of Power yet, I mean, this man's notes, gee whiz, shout out to this guy. I mean, you just sucking it up, right? You taking it all in. I appreciate it. Let's get into the hackathon. You ready for the problem statement announcement? This is the moment we've been waiting for, right? Since Friday. And how do we enjoying Gift so far? Are we enjoying Gift a lot? So does Gift get a double thumbs up? Okay, some of us have only given him a 1 thumb. And over here, how are we enjoying Gift? Great. How did we enjoy Des this morning? Gift, you've been putting in a lot of work, my man. This morning you did a thorough presentation on AI and the tools. I certainly haven't forgotten how you relate with AI and some of the things that you brought up, such as garbage in, garbage out, and just a lot of things that you put a lot of work into. I think that if anybody wants that presentation, could you make it available for them as they go through this week on the platform? Guess who built the Workplace Launchpad hack platform? Obvious, right? Duh, yeah. So you can ask him questions like, can you do this? Can you do that? We're using this platform for the first time. We've got an LMS. We're using it for the first time. So help us improve with what we're doing, okay? By saying, can you guys do this? Can you guys do that? It's useful. We'll take it all with the best possible approach that we can. Okay, Nicholas, shut up. We want the problem statement. Right, Gift? Put your hands together for Gift. We're now in hackathon mode. The content has changed. Disagree better. Solve problems. Your team is now a startup. Check these screens. This is the real truth. Welcome to it, folks. I want to wish you all the best. Yeah, good luck.
Okay. How is everyone feeling? Excited? Anxious? Okay. So apologies, I'm just going to connect an HDMI here. Cool. Yeah, I can still use the clicker, right, for the first part. Cool. Thank you.
Let's solve it. Take.
I would make sure that I get on a ladder, get those cables laid, get the network set up. So whilst I was there, I started looking at the environment and I saw there were certain things that could be improved. And I went to the HOD and I said, listen, one of them was they had a network system. No, they had a computer lab, but then one computer was connected to the printer. Simple things that you can change. And I said, listen, people wait here just to sit on the computer with a printer. Let's have a network. People can just print from any of the computers. And they say, is that possible? Like, yes. So I introduced that, simple things. And then everybody could now start printing from their machines. Guess what? They were excited. So they started seeing the value I was adding, right? And then from my 500 that I started with, I went to 1.5, 4.5, and it kept increasing. So why am I telling you this? We all come into, we all have been on different journeys, right? You've got the challenges that you've experienced and all that. But I want you to learn that. Think about where you're going, right? Ask yourself, where do I want to go? What do I want to take with me? And then let that be your driving force. And wherever you get to a place, make sure you add value, okay? The other thing I want to tell you about, continue learning, right? So when I started with I started with a diploma, and now, after several years, I have an EMBA, several degrees, and several certifications, because IT, it's a lot of certifications. So several certifications, my highest qualification being EMBA. Why? I never stopped learning. So never stop learning, never stop learning. Wherever you go to a place, ask yourself, how am I adding value? Look at a place. I'm here as an intern. Start looking at ways to add value. Okay, that's how you get noticed. A friend of mine once told me, companies are hiring people to solve problems. Don't go to a company and be a problem. Okay, because it doesn't help for you to be employed and start being a burden. So as you're going into the workplace, as you're being prepared, make sure that you're going to be the value maker. Make sure that you look at wherever you are, there's always something that you can improve. Go to whoever you're reporting to. Hey, listen, I'm thinking if we can do things this way. Learn to be proactive. I'll tell you the rest tomorrow, because there's certain things that I started doing just by checking where I was. But why are we doing things this way? Why are we doing things this way? And just from that, started bringing improvement. And I ended up staying at that place for 10 years. They kept on saying, oh, we love you, stay. And whilst I was there, I also was involved in sporting activities. So whenever there was children the students that needed to go for sports, I'll put my hand. I'm here to chaperone them. Whenever there was something, so I ended up just getting introduced to a whole new network of people. Why? Just by being available and putting my hand up. Okay. So many times we get fixated on, this is my spec, I'm only sticking to that. Don't do that. You're still young in the industry, there's still a lot for you to learn. Always look, where can I add value? What more can I do? The last thing for today that I want to share with you is where I am right now. I'm looking at getting to a certain level, and one of the things I've learned is mentorship, right? It's something that I wish I'd learned earlier, but I started learning. It's okay to ask for help, okay? 2, learn to identify people that are around you. Go to them, hey, listen, I like the way you do 1, 2, 3. Are you available to mentor me? That can actually be the difference maker for you. And put your hand up for whatever you can, because from those things, trust me, I have had so many opportunities just by putting my hand up. So where I'm currently working, we had the companies merged, right? You good? Yeah. Okay. The companies merged, and when we did the merger, they wanted a project manager to help with everything, to help the COO. I said, I'm here to do it. I said, okay, I'm up for it. Went through the whole shebang, and guess what? Now the COO became my mentor. Learned a lot of things from them just by putting my hand up to say, listen, I'm willing to do that. That was actually an extra load on top of my load that I wasn't getting paid for. But what? I was looking at the greater picture. For me, the greater picture is like, one day I'm going to be a COO. But how do I learn? By hanging out with a COO. Okay, so learn to put your hand up. Don't wait to be asked for certain things. Be proactive. Look, how do I add value? Okay, so as we're getting ready for the hackathon, what I want to advise you is make sure that you're always looking around where you can add value. Righty, over to you, Gift.
Cool. Thank you for that. I think over the next coming days, I'll share a similar kind of occurrence that happened to me early on in my career. But for now, we just put together a video. And yeah. Yeah.
Just want you to connect your audio. So your audio is not connected, I see. Okay, no stress. The guy is outside. Take your time. When the sound guy disappears, it means you have a problem. So let's just try. Be patient with Cabello so we can play the welcome video for the hackathon. Then we get into it. Where? These technical gremlins are just to help delay the announcement, right? And bear with us. It's not planned. It's not planned like this. It's not planned like this.
Shall we begin with the presentation, rather?
Just give them 1 minute. See if we make it. Where's the lights in here? Okay, folks, when he comes back in, just say, "Welcome back, Matthew," and clap for him, okay? Welcome back! Okay. Gift.
Cool.
While we get ready, can I just remember the Matrix team? Can the Matrix team show me who they are? Matrix. Pushing P. The Terminator. Empire. Alpha Femme. And oh no, I forgot my favorite's name. I forgot my favorite's name. What's their name, kid? Audio Pioneers.
Digital Pioneers.
Now, okay, I knew the name. I knew the name. Now, does every name have a bit of Gen Z and Africa in it?
I believe so.
Digital Pioneers, is there any Africa in that? I mean, Alpha Fem, has it got Africa in it? Huh? Okay. Empire? Okay, Africa Empire, fine. The Matrix, what's that got to do with Africa? Okay. Pushing P, what's that got to do with Africa?
It's in line with one of the most used phrases in Africa. Panda, press up, push up, leg.
Thank you.
That's actually very good. That's very good.
One more try. One more try to get this intro video to work, and then we'll get in either way. We'll be patient with Cabello and Matthew. And the sixth team, what's the sixth team name, Gift?
Super Access.
Super Access. You guys know that there's a wild card team, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
There's a wild card team. Super Access, Empire, Pushing P, The Matrix, Digital Pioneers, Alpha Fem. If you're not good, we can just put the mic on your speaker. Hmm?
For the sake of time.
The presentation. The video.
Okay, we'll try it on the other side. Okay, folks, time is the master. We're losing it. Let's bring it back. Gift, ready to go? That video idea is going to come up later.
But I need that. This HDMI. Cool. Are we alive? I think the first part of this hackathon is hacking the projector.
It's gremlins, right? Bugs. Bugs in the system. Okay.
Dope. Testing. Okay. Perfect. Afternoon, once again. Right, so I'm Gift. You guys are going to spend a lot of time with me this week. Might get tired of me, but yeah, it's all in the good hopes of a successful knowledge transfer. Anyway, so today is the day that we kick off actually working on what we've prepared to you guys as a problem, right? So just to recap, right? Saturday, we learned a bit about the program, what to expect over the next coming days. And then this morning, we learned a little bit about AI, right? But now we begin to solve the problems, right? So over the next, between now and Thursday, I'm gonna need you guys to think like consultants, analyze like investigators, and present like professionals. Yep, are we ready for that? Say we yes, I like the enthusiasm. Cool. So just a recap of why we're here, right? Businesses don't spend money on degrees when they employ people, right? They spend money on problem solving, right? Or rather, the employee's ability to solve their problems as a business, right? So they buy problem solving, communication, decision making, and results, Right? That's all that it is. At the end of the day, everybody that's in a organization, Google had at some point had 200 and something thousand employees, all 200,000 of them were responsible for the bottom line, which is the stock price, right? And that's driven by all the various problems and whatnot that they have in their operations. So when any organization, business, corporation, whether private or public, they employ people to solve their problems. Yes, we agree on all of that, right? Cool. So our problem statement that we've put together for this hackathon is that companies already have records, but those records are often messy, incomplete, or underused, right? The opportunity is to turn those records that already exist into insight, right? I'll repeat. Companies already have records, but those records are often messy, incomplete, or underused. The opportunity is to turn those records into insight. Do you guys want to read it together? Okay, companies? Cool. We all got it. Right? Cool, perfect. So, which one? Yeah, so just the journey of any operational, well, any business in any economy, right? Everything starts with the problem, right? From the problem, we move to the data. From the data, we move to the insight. From the insight, we move to the decision. And once we get to the decision, we then have an action that somehow creates business value. Yeah? Cool. So the two challenges, we actually put together two challenges and we thought would make you guys choose. But then we thought that, okay, well, there's 5 teams. So that's leaves the odd one out. So we can't necessarily just assign and say, okay, guys, go for it. So we thought that, you know what, instead of having individual challenges for the different groups, all groups will complete both. Right? So the first challenge is supplier and partner intelligence. Right? Does anyone want to guess what that is? I know there's a few people in logistics here. There's no wrong answer.
Data that exists between the suppliers and partners.
Cool, correct. That's essentially it, right? So all businesses, whether service-based or product-based, have some sort of supply chain in that we get one part of our product from this person or service, we pass it on to the next, and whether it's a legal firm, they might have a particular vendor that handles something like trusts, right? They might have another organization that handles underwriting and things like that. So there's always, with any business, there's always suppliers, right? Not just in the goods and farm produce industry. There's always other external bodies that the business relies on in order to carry out its work, right? So the first challenge speaks to that, understanding what data of that sort looks like, and potentially drawing a relation into insight that can drive further business decisions, right? Cool. The second challenge is churn prevention as revenue, right? Does anyone want to try that one? I'll give you the answer. Eventually. At the back? Cool. So, a business has customers, right? All businesses. Can we agree that all businesses have customers, right? So churn, the word churn, basically speaks to customers turning away, right? So in the context of a fast food restaurant like McDonald's, churn would be someone walking into the store and actually decided, oh, I actually don't want this, and I walk out. That's a churn. That's a customer that has been churned away by something that exists inside the branch, right? In the case of professional services, it might be a contract that doesn't get awarded, right? That is a customer that has been churned by whatever, right? So we've put together some data of some customer data, right, as well as emails and sales figures, right? And the idea is that we need to then investigate this data and then find out why some people could potentially be not completing the customer process, which leads to a sale, right? So each team is going to complete both, right? Cool. Any questions so far? This is very important information, guys, because this information dictates what happens over the next 2 days, right? So please, by all means, make sure that you're clear on the instructions. Cool. So this week's timeline, right? Saturday, we did the introduction, right? And that was fun. We got to know a bit about each other, and we got to break up into our individual teams. Today is more about exploring and conceptualizing, right? So you're going to have access to the data. You're going to sit in your teams, and we're basically going to explore what the data is and conceptualize potential ways in which you're going to solve for the problem statement. We all know what the problem statement is, right? I'm going to pick on you at a random point to see if you've grasped that problem statement. Cool. And then Tuesday, we're going to analyze. And analyze doesn't mean look at. Analyze means we're breaking it apart and we're seeing how we can draw the different relationships and things like that, right? Then Wednesday, we're going to build, or we're going to wrap up building rather, because all of this is essentially building, right? Conceptualizing is part of building. It's the first step, right? And then Thursday, we're going to refine and rehearse our pitch. Why? Because the pitching element is the most important, because that's the communication leg of the thing. Doesn't matter if we solve the problem and it's the greatest solution in the world, right? If we cannot communicate it. Yeah? Cool. And then Friday will be the big presentation. Any questions on this week's timeline? You guys stress me. Okay, yeah.
With regard to the stuff you just showed us in the previous slide, in terms of exploring, conceptualizing, then analyze and build, should we bring like our PCs for that to assist us with, or anything? Because I remember we're supposed to use ChatGPT and AppSheet, sorry. So when is that process going to happen or whatnot? Or you're going to explain to us?
All will be revealed. This is the gift show, guys. I've thought of everything, right? Right. Cool. So today's objective speaks to a part of that, right? In which you're gonna, if you haven't already, you're gonna get given access to a learning management system that we've built, right? You're gonna have access on there. You'll find the data, right? And between yourselves, you'll assign various roles, right? We've already got leaders and whatnot, right? Challenges, which is essentially what we're doing now. I'm trying to translate the challenge to you. So we're going to make sure that you guys understand the challenge, right? And then hopefully towards the end, we will start getting in some early ideas or initial ideas for how you guys, your respective teams will be tackling this challenge. Cool? Fresh. So your resources, right? On the LMS, you'll find some resources, and I'll go into a live demo of what that looks like shortly. You'll find challenge guides, right? So there'll be guides on everything that I've explained so far. This includes the slides from this morning and Saturday, right? And my slides going further for the rest of the week, right? And you will have access to this to keep forever, right? And you'll also find the data sets that we've put together for both of the challenges, right? So challenge A and challenge B, all of it is named accordingly, so it should be pretty easy to find. And then there's also a guide on how to responsibly use AI in the context of this hackathon, right? Which speaks to a question from this morning, right? And then we've also got a presentation guide and some other supporting documents as well. And over the course of the day, the next few days, you'll see that some resources will become more and more available, right? So right now, when you log on, you won't find everything. So for example, you might not find a presentation guide because that we'll get to that part. Yep. Cool. Now, to access the LMS, we can do one of two things, right? And I'm going to do the latter on this here machine, right? So to access it on mobile, you can scan the QR code over there. Alternatively, in your browser, you can just go to LMS, so Lima Mike Sierra .npigovernancesolutions.com, right? So do you want me to sound the whole thing? I know the whole phonetic alphabet, by the way. Who knows the phonetic alphabet? Yeah? Okay. Right. So you can scan the QR code and between Saturday and this morning, you would have received an email if you haven't already been onboarded onto one of the NPI apps, right, with your login credentials. Those are the credentials that you need to use to access the LMS, right? If you already exist on on any one of the applications, you will use those credentials, whether you receive them in April or May or March. You'll use those credentials to access the LMS. The exact same credentials will give you access to the LMS. If you're having any difficulty, there'll be two ladies over there at the back. Just put your hand up. Yep. Cool. And they'll help you with the access. You just give them your name, and then if we need to reset your password or anything, we'll just be able to do that. But the point is, when we leave here today, everyone will have not only access to the LMS, but they'll have access their data as well as their respective team folders, right? So you'll see that once you log in, which I'll do shortly, there'll also be a folder for your specific team. So your team name, and then that's your folder. That's your working directory, right? So that is where essentially you're going to put all your notes and all your solution formulation, and then we'll show you how to submit stuff as time goes. Cool. Any questions? Okay. Cool. I'm just going to stop this presentation over here. We'll come back to that. How do we pause? I'll just say pause, right? Okay. Cool. So once you've scanned the QR code, right, you will be presented with a login form. And as mentioned, you'll use the credentials that you either received by email or that you'll get from the ladies at the back. And this will basically give you access to the LMS, right? Once you've got that, so I'm just going to sign in as a demo user, right? You'll see a few things, right? Number one is that you will see your learning dashboard, right? So there's a lot happening here. I can understand new systems are overwhelming, right? But we're not going to focus on all the different things that the LMS does, right? It's not that type of show, right? What we're going to be focusing on, because this is an in-person session, so you can just go ahead and ignore anything that has to do with live sessions. What we're going to be focusing on in this session is mainly the resources tab, because that's where you'll get all of the information that you need in order to solve the problem that you've just been presented with, right? So over here on the LMS, on mobile, it's the same. There's a tab at the bottom, right? I'll show what that looks like in our breakaway sessions. But you're going to find the resources tab over here, right? Everyone sees resources? Cool. Once you click on that resource tab, you'll find a heap of resources, right? So firstly being some of the slides that I've been presenting, right? So you'll see the slides from the other day as well as this morning, and then you'll see these are just some of the helpers that we've put together for how to use AI in these throughout this bootcamp, right? We've also got some videos for you to watch, right? In the event, if you remember on Saturday, I did say maybe try go home and do some research on AppSheet and ChatGPT. If you haven't, we've got some video playlists over here for you to help you with that, right? And then the most important part is you need to come over here, and then you'll find challenge A and challenge B data, right? So please, if there's anyone that's not paying attention, if there's anything you want to pay attention to, it's this, right? So on these challenges, what you need to do is first find your team's Google Drive folder. So on the system, you'll see your team name. So I don't have it here because I'm not assigned to a team, right? But you'll see your team name folder, right? You're going to open that folder, right? Once you've done that, you're going to come back to the LMS, and then you're going to find challenge A and challenge B data, right? So we're going to visit this, and Kabel, I might need you for this because just to sign into Google, right? You're going to see the spreadsheet here. Just click on that. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. Okay. You can actually do this with me if you're on your mobile phone. Just don't dox your password, no.
I'm gonna change my password after this. That's okay. Try and memorize what you can. After today, nothing.
No, they won't see it, man. Yeah.
For sure. No, you can't. Oh, wait. I think I know what I'm. I think it's capital. Just show the password. May as well. No, I'm joking. Please don't. We don't show passwords ever. Don't do that, please. And I changed it for this date. Oh my word. Can I try another way? Just use okay. Maybe it's this. One last try. I'm gonna try another way. Just try another account. Enter your password. Use twice key. Do you have a password key? Yeah, I do. On your phone. Okay. Let me actually check something. Sessions. Cool. Perfect. So, sorry. Once you're at this screen, right? What you're gonna do is you're gonna look for the file item. Sorry. You're gonna look for the file item on the ribbon, right? You're gonna click on it, and you're gonna say make a copy. Right, you won't have edit access to this form anyway, right? But this is basically to take the data that we've given you and you're making a copy for your team that you guys can then edit and do whatever to, right? So you're going to say make a copy, and then what you're going to do is you can name it whatever you want and then save it in a place that you can find it. Because what you're then going to need to do is go back to your team folder, right? And then copy this file from wherever it is into the team folder, right? Does that make sense? You look very confused. I'll be around to help. Right? But does everyone understand that? Cool. Perfect. Right? And you're going to do the same for the challenge B data as well. Right? And yeah, so to access any of the resources over here, all that you need to do essentially is just click on it, and then you'll see a loading screen. Some of them are quite large, so downloads might take a while, especially on mobile, right? But this is essentially how you can access the stuff that's downloadable. With the stuff that's external links, you just have to click on the link. Okay. This is the Office thing. Okay, dope. Right, so in this case, it opened in the browser, right? But if your device prompts you to download it, then you'll just select the file where you want to download. You don't have to put these in your team files because these are resources that are available for you, right? The only thing that you put in your team files are any notes that you want everyone to have access to or your submissions, but we'll teach you how to submit assignments, right? Happiness, questions?
I just wanted to ask if the Super Access group is available on the drive.
No, I'll do that for you guys. Yeah, we'll
Thank
see
you.
together. Cool. Any question about downloading resources? Cool. So when you log in next time and you see that there's more resources, it's just because we've added more, right? So we'll add more and more resources depending on what we see fit. But yeah, so I just want to show a guide on how to visit. So this, for example, these are videos that you can watch, right? Yes.
Do you all have to download the challenges and then move them onto the Teams folder individually, or can one of us do it? Okay, one per team.
Cool. So, for example, with the external resources, like the videos that we've put together over here, to visit that, literally all you're going to do is just click on it and it's going to open up a new tab and then you'll see the YouTube playlist, right? So, yeah, if you have any questions with that, just ask me. Or if it doesn't work, just let me or the ladies at the back know. And then that's pretty cool. Any questions so far?
So there is a lot of information, but the purpose of this afternoon is to sit through and digest, especially with the guides that we've put over here. So we have provided a guide to this hackathon, right? So we're going to have breakaway sessions, and in those breakaway sessions, I'm actually going to deliver, is it 1 laptop per team? 2 laptops per team, right? So each, so you guys will have 3, right? But each team will be given 2 laptops, and essentially you guys are going to all work together. And yeah, happy hacking. Cool. Any questions? I feel like there's a lot of information and there hasn't been enough questions. Yes. Yes. Okay. How are you feeling now?
I feel better now that I'm actually on here.
No, I'm saying because you mentioned that if you follow along and maybe you're doing it, you'll have more questions. But like, how are you feeling now? Is this overwhelming or?
It is a little bit overwhelming, but I think we'll get used to it.
Okay, cool. I know, guys, it's a new system. New systems are overwhelming, but I'll be here to assist. Yep. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
So are we going to be given more of a technical breakdown in terms of the presentation regarding time? Yeah, are we going to be given that?
So that will follow, right? Today, we're just looking at the data and we're analyzing it, right? Once we formulated solutions and all, then we'll basically guide you on how to then present your findings, right? Cool. I have a question over here.
Team. Hey, I'm just looking at the whole interface, and I'm looking for where I can find the drive for
Your team
for our
folder.
team. Yeah.
So it'll be one of these resources here. It'll have your team name, team folder.
Any more questions, folks? Any more questions for Gift? There'll be a breakaway session. You'll pick up your laptops there. You'll be able to continue in your teams with access to the LMS, to the learning system. Any more questions? Okay, gotcha.
I have a question. So when you say the team is going to access the information because we're going to be uploading data and whatnot, for example, this is a demo. This is your demo profile. So are you saying my team is also going to have access to my profile as well? Or
No. So that's why your team folders are only visible to that specific team. So all your notes and whatnot are not, yes, they're not visible to. No. So I just logged in because I have the demo user's credentials. So unless you give him your credentials, he's not going to see what you can see. Yes, yeah. So it's the same as your WhatsApp account, right? In that only the people you give access to will have access to it, right? So yeah, but you guys can't see each other's notes. So you can't say, hey, let's check what they're doing. No. Cool. Unless obviously if they share the link with you. So don't share links with other teams, right? But that should be obvious. In case it isn't, yeah, don't share your links to your drive with the other teams. Cool. And then question, show of hands, who has not accessed the LMS before? Just hands up. High up, guys. We're all friends here. Okay, cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just go over to the back there, and then they'll be sure to help you with your credentials. Yeah. Cool.
Break time? Breakaways?
Actually, not yet.
What would you like to happen next?
No, actually, I think. Wait, let's just hold on because they don't have the laptops yet. So I think let's just call them back. But let them do the password thing, and then I'm gonna continue with the presentation.
So
Yeah.
we're in here for another 10 minutes?
Another 20.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, then we go to the break.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we'll be around here for another 20 minutes. Then we'll be going to our breakaway rooms. Yes, to work as teams. So each team has a breakaway space. So you can work in private, and also no one can copy your stuff. Right? Because you're a team, so you need a place where you can be collective. I see that there's a meeting going on in the corner, and I see that not everybody is comprehending at the same speed, which is okay. And we've got today for us to be patient with each other. to say where are we clear, where are we not clear. Anybody who's really not clear at all right now, please stand up, raise your hand. Anybody really not clear? Emil, not clear. I know. Anybody in the room not clear on what the brief is? Anybody want to ask any questions? This is the time. Back to you, Gift.
Okay. What's the problem? No, don't read. Don't read.
Wow. I feel like you picked on me, but it went along the lines of companies and records and data not being misinformation and missing data. That was along the lines of the problem statement, and we're revolving around companies. Then challenge A being what was challenge A? Yo, team, help me out. Challenge B was tenure and prevention, and then challenge A was supply and partner intelligence, something like that. Do you pick on me, bro?
I said I'm good. Anyway, we've got a question over here. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the same point as him.
Yeah.
Are we gonna use all the dates on challenge A, and we're gonna use all the dates on challenge A?
Just say that again.
Are we going to use all the data on?
Yes. So all of that data is for you to use.
So yeah, I was on the same point as.
So everyone has the exact same data. Eh? There's no favoritism, right? So it's all about interpretation, right? Which gets to my next point, in that the answer is not inside one spreadsheet, right? But it's about connecting these different data sets together. Make sense? The answer, so it's not gonna help looking line by line and trying to understand how individual line items, what they mean for the business, but rather how the different data points come together and what they mean for the going concern. As remember I said on Saturday, we have to put on our commercial thinking hats. How the little things impact the big picture. Yep. Cool. Question, Emil. Do you have a question?
Oh no, I'm just holding the mic because in case someone does have a crack, I can just run to them with my limp leg.
Cool. Don't hurt yourself, please.
If I do, I'll be on your dime.
Do we have quite? We have quite, I think. Okay, cool. So, shall I proceed? Okay, we'll just wait for ladies at the back. Yes. Oh, you want to speak?
Oh, sorry, I knew for now.
Yeah. The team name is not here. What was your team? Pioneers. Let me see. Digital. And on all of your accounts. Oh yes, no, then it's just you. That means you're not assigned. That means, but yeah, just go make a note of that. Just give them your name. Huh? Yes. No, so this is the wrong app. This is the launchpad. Right, you need to go to the LMS. Yes. Just give them your email address. Maybe not assigned code. Both of you. But you've got access. Did you try opening it? Just download any resource. So yours is working. Yeah, because it's going to download onto your computer. All right, cool. Cool. So just give. No, don't worry. It's all good, right? So when they're done, after I'm done, just 1, 2, 3, and there's the fourth person. Yeah, she was just. Okay. Okay, cool. So then just give them your email addresses and then we'll look at why. Maybe it's a permission. Yeah. But it should be all good. Cool. And then when you guys do get a laptop, one of you is just going to need to sign in on the laptop. So there are two of you, so it'll be two laptops. Happy? Hmm? If you want, you can bring your own. Oh, you want to give me the laptop? I don't have this. I don't want to keep my stuff. Cool. All done with the credentials, all sorted? Cool. Try finding out. Just take this computer. See if you can find it. Just search for. Oh, sorry. Just search for emails. Cool. Happy with Access? Yo. Yo. Are we all good with Access? Okay. Okay, cool. So we'll sort that out in the breakout sessions, right? No worries. Cool. So I'm just going to proceed. Where's the clicker? Where did I put it? Let's see. I will fix it. Cool. So yeah. So anyone that's still having an issue with their credentials, right, we'll just resend them to you. But yeah, I'll come to each of the groups in the breakaway sessions and we'll sort it out. But for now, just moving on, right? So got me the data. Okay, cool. So the challenge A, the first challenge is mostly about supply and partner intelligence, right? So we've got one gigantic master sheet, right? And this sheet will have individual pages or sheets, right? Some of it will include late delivery, some of it will include cost escalations, some will have invoice discrepancies, some will have suppliers that are at risk, right? So it is your job, with all the tools that we've armed you with and critical thinking and each other, it is your job to then dive into these records and then understand what all of these individual things mean, right? That's the first challenge. Yep. Cool. So in the challenge A data set, we've got a spreadsheet, right? And that spreadsheet has individual sheets, right? So little tabs at the bottom, right? Some will be speaking to late deliveries, some will be speaking to cost escalations, invoice discrepancies, as well as suppliers that are at risk, right? So using the tools that we've given you, right, as well as each other and your critical thinking, you need to then understand this data, right? And then figure out how to combine it together, right? To draw some insight. Because now you've just got, if you remember my unstructured data example of from Saturday, in that after you moving into a house, then the truck is gone, everything's on the grass. That's how everything is in each of the spreadsheets, both challenges, right? What we need to do is then take everything and put it in its relative, respective compartment, right? We just need to make sense of the data. Cool, is that clear? Cool. Then challenge B is, churn prevention as a revenue driver, right? So on that spreadsheet, there's a list of people that have maybe reduced activity in that maybe they haven't reached out in a while, right? There's people that have complained about services, like quality of service, right? There's people, there's industry, revenue trends that slope downwards, right? And there's also customers that have expressed some level of dissatisfaction, right? So we then need to then look at all these different points because they give us information and then understand why some customers are not happy. Cool? Makes sense. So both of them, it's unstructured data. What we're doing is we're making sense of the data and we're creating a strategy, right? So in the breakaway sessions, you guys will see a bit more detail and you'll see, get used to the naming convention. Each spreadsheet on the last page has a dictionary, right? This is a very important part. That dictionary tells you what each column means. Yes? Because different companies have different ways of naming things, right? But and that would otherwise be referred to as a legend. Legend basically says that this word pertains to XYZ. Cool. Happy? Right. So we need to think like consultants. Sorry, someone's calling me. We need to think like consultants in that we have to ask a few questions. Number one, why? Oh, what is happening? Right? Number two, why is it happening? Right? Number three, why does it matter? Remember this morning's presentation about AI? If you say, analyze this data, and then the AI says there's 14 columns, that's the correct answer, right? But doesn't matter, right? That doesn't do anything, right? So it's not about understanding what is and why it is happening, but also what does it matter? What does this mean for the grand scheme of things, right? And after that, we can then draw a conclusion on what should be done. Yep. Cool. So you need to think like consultants for that part. And then you need to think like a detective, right? This is the investigative part of it, right? Look for patterns, trends, outliers, risks, and opportunities. Right? And this is where you'll enlist the help of the various tools that we've given you, right? Because you'll see in the resources, you'll be able to connect the data sets to these resources and ask certain questions about that. Cool. Then using AI responsibly, right? So this is just to echo this morning's point, in that AI helps analyze, summarize, and brainstorm, but AI does not replace critical thinking, right? And then I've got a graphic over here that just shows some of the limits, the known limits of generative AI. Number one is it's limited by training data, which we spoke to this morning with my wine example, right? In that whatever data persists, that's the kind of output that you're going to get. Creativity is very hard to get right with AI. I'm sure you guys know those fruit videos by now. It's like the same thing, but different context, right? And yes, if things have nuanced understanding, like, for example, these data sets that we've provided you with, AI tends to draw relationships. It might draw a relationship where a relationship isn't there, right? So then the human element comes in that you guys need to actually fact check and see that, does this actually make sense? If a business analyst came to me and presented this, would this make sense, right? You need to critique the output of the model. Yep. Yes, and then another thing is difficulty with adaptability, right? So adapting to new situations or tasks. Nice thing about this example, we don't have to worry about the last two because it's pretty confined data. This data doesn't change and everyone has access to the exact same thing, right? So we don't have to worry about adaptability and security because all of this, we've given you an environment to work in, right? And we've given you the data and basically we can just deploy these AI models into there and get solving. Yeah, question? Cool. So just a recap, right? Remember, good AI prompts are specific. There's no prompt that is too specific. The more specific, the better, right? And so you need to ask specific contextual questions related to the challenge. That's the only way you're going to get the best out of these models, right? Ask specific contextual questions related to the challenge. Yeah? And the judging criteria, right? So you'll be judged on number one, this is very important, right? Your understanding of the problem, right? Number two, the analysis of the data. Number three, the commercial thinking. What does all of this mean? Number four, the solution design. I mean, AppSheet is there, it's a low code environment, so you don't have to be writing scripts or anything like that. You'll just drag and drop. Number four is the innovation. How innovative is the solution? And then number six is the presentation quality. Happy? Right? You'll have access to this, these slides, by the way. So what good looks like, right? Strong insights, quantify impact and business value, right? So right now you're here, right? Where you've got the data, we've given you the data, right? Then there's the problem, the definition of the problem, which I hope we've done, right? Then we need to go into the exploration of the data. From there, we need to formulate a hypothesis. A hypothesis is basically potential solution, right? And then after that, from that hypotheses, or those hypotheses, we need to create an in-depth analysis. And then we need to implement, right? And then we need to present. And then now that's how we get our insights. Yeah? Cool. So you need to assign in the session, right? There's at least my graphic applies because there's 5 of you in each. We need to assign a team lead, which we've done, data lead, AI lead, AppSheet lead, and pitch lead. Right, so you guys can discuss among yourselves that who's the best talker, who's best with data, who's best with using chatbots and whatnot, and who's best with design. Right, that's essentially. But this is all part of today's session, right? So we're gonna be here for some time, right? Did you have a question? Oh, okay. Cool. So in the working session, in the various breakaway rooms, right? We're gonna discuss the expected patterns based on once you've seen the data and comb through it, and then create the first hypotheses. Yeah. Cool. And then end of day, before we leave here today, we need to have everyone confirm that they're on the LMS, right? Those that are having issues in signing in and permissions and whatnot, we'll resolve that as part of the various sessions. We need to confirm that we have saved the data into our respective team folders, right? We have assigned roles. We've created some sort of hypothesis, right? And you have some questions prepared for tomorrow. Yep. Is that doable? Is it doable? Yes. That's not everyone. Is it doable? Yes. Cool, perfect. Happiness. Is that the end? Yes, that is the end of the gift show. For now. No. Okay. Happiness. This will also be available on the LMS, by the way. Cool. Yes, question.
What is the difference between a pitch lead and, or let me ask, if we're all presenting, then why is there a pitch lead?
No, that's just someone that's going to help put the pitch together.
Okay.
Right, so whether it's on Google Slides or like just give it structure. I mean, we can all speak, right? But there still needs to be someone that coordinates, you know, to say, okay, cool guys, this is the best way to deliver what we've done here. Yeah. This is the time for the questions because we haven't seen the data yet.
Guys, questions are good. The earlier we ask.
Do you have any questions, Kabelo?
Hey, man, I still have to get my team together. Can we present last?
No, you're gonna go first. You're gonna set the mood.
I don't like this. Reason why is we want to give the others a chance.
No. You are the guinea pig.
Okay, so
He has a point, but it's a tactic.
guys, do you know why? Because we don't get to win the prize. There's
No, guys, listen. Listen, ne?
got 2 minutes to
You
convince
can't
us.
time me. You're such a yapper more than me. So I'd like to believe that they have experience. They have an idea of what they are doing, and we don't. So if they present before us, we are going to feel the pressure. Imagine presenting after them because they know what they're doing. But you won't have time to fix anything. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind.
So guys, we don't mind going first. I'm not saying we're gonna do it, but the reason why you guys should go first, because you guys are pitching for the opportunity. You guys are the ones that are gonna get a prize at the end. Well, the best team gets the prize, but for us, we kind of already have a certain prize. So us going last is really just also learning from you guys. But at the same time, we don't mind going first, because there could be some stuff you could learn from us. We'll be able to make mistakes. And yeah, like I said, there's no prize for us. We've got really nothing to lose. I'm lying, but yeah. You guys should go first, but we don't mind like just going first. But yeah, that's the thinking behind that.
Cool. Any question? Questions? Cool. Yeah, I think that's me until the breakaway sessions. Yeah, so anyone that has issue logging in, just come to the back. I'll be there. We're ready for the breakaway rooms.
So guys, no questions. Good.
Cool. So, oh yeah, I'm done. We're just taking some questions here. So we need to move to the breakaway sessions.
Yeah, so we're just gonna finish off with what's gonna happen on the breakaway, right? One team will go to here, two are gonna go to that venue. Thanks.
If you're done completely, but don't worry. So what's going to happen is we're going to do breakaways, right? So in your teams of 5, wherever you are, there are 2 rooms further behind there. We'll usher you through. There's 2 stations where the lunch venue was, and then there'll be 1 station here. So who's okay, this is what I'm going to do. I know everyone wants to stay here because it's warm, because they think it's warm. And others might want to go. So I'm going to do this for anybody who wants to stay here. The entire team must say at the same time the answer to my question. Okay? I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna give it to him. Okay. The question is, give me a number between 1 and 35. Wait. What number are you saying? What's this team saying? What? He's saying 3. Are you agreeing to 3?
5.
You're leaving. Okay. All right. So I've got 25, I've got 23, I've got 3, and I've got 6. Closest to. What is the number that I wrote down?
29.
So this team are staying. Alrighty, you're staying here. All right, guys. So we're gonna. It's fine. This is the closest team. Okay, cool. So we're gonna move you guys to the next. So I would then say, if this table and this table, Oh, you wanted to go. So two of you, you go in that direction. These two tables will follow me to the other room. Okay. Thanks, guys.
have a bit of attention here. Leadership is talking. Thank you much. Kindly shut down your machines. Close your machines, kindly, please. Thank you. Thank you, Lindy, for spending the whole day with us here today, admiring everybody's talent. It's been a pleasure having you here. You've been a star in the back, shining from the outside and on the inside. Thank you very much to Tariro for holding it down as an MC today. Clap for her. Everybody who's working on the side here, give Cabello some love. You've seen he's had to fight today. And also to Matthew. Matthew came here with a teammate. This is Matthew, he's handling the live stream. Everybody had a chance to watch the live stream? That's only 5, 6, that's not good enough. The live stream link, please can Itumileng share the live stream link for today. Everybody check your performance, check how you're doing, check how your vibes are. Yeah! His name is Matthew, clap for him. Anybody who can sit in a conference all day, you know, clap for them. I'm going to ask you to turn your eyes to the screen. Tariro, I know you want to say something. I'm going to give you 5 minutes in 5 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to turn your eyes to the screen. Cabello, are you on cue? This video that gave us Gremlins, I put it together for us to be able to get into the zone of what's important this week. What's important this week is that we consider ourselves as businesses. What's important this week is that we consider ourselves as problem solvers. What's important this week is that we agree to disagree. And what's important this week is also leadership. Leadership of self, consistency, discipline, and also taking care of what you can outside of the group. You might get tasks on top of these tasks, and don't push them away, embrace them, do the best you can. Have a look at the screens. I wish we could turn off the lights like it's a preview moment. Cabello, you ready? Let's go.
Welcome to the Access70 Hackathon Sprint. The teams are set. From this moment on, it's not about individual talent. It's about what you can build together. Over the next few days, you'll hear a lot about innovation, entrepreneurship, and the future of work. But at its core, employers are looking for something very simple. Can you solve a real problem? Can you work with people who don't think like you? Can you disagree without falling apart? Can you turn an idea into something real? Because that's what happens in the workplace, and that's what happens in startups. For the next few days, your team is a startup. You have a challenge, you have a deadline, you have limited resources, and you have each other. So take ownership. Don't wait for someone else to lead. Don't wait for permission. Don't wait for the perfect idea. Start building. The teams that do well won't necessarily be the smartest teams in the room. They'll be the teams that communicate, the teams that listen, the teams that adapt, the teams that keep going when things get difficult. Remember this, no one wins alone. Support each other, challenge each other, learn from each other. And when this week is over, don't just leave with a certificate. Leave with new skills. Leave with new relationships. Leave with something you're proud of building. This is your opportunity to show what happens when talent meets action. Welcome to the Access70 Hackathon Sprint. Now let's get to work.
All right. Can I have the mic? Can I have the microphone back? Thank you. You guys like that? Okay. Only one person likes it. Remind yourself why you're here. Watch the video. Share it in the group, please, Cabello and team. It's important to keep reminding yourself why you're here when it gets hard. I'm just going to ask Lindy for 60 seconds to bless us with something. She's been watching all day, observing everybody. One thing I've noticed is dress code is slipping. Some of us are not smart casual. With 5 minutes to go, Lindy, how's today been?
Hi, everyone. How are you? All right. So, what I wanted to discuss with you is that I was going through the comments on the feedback, the facilitator feedback, and we are aware of everything that you wrote there, whether anonymously or not. And we are addressing each and every point that you said there. I wrote down most of them, and the topics that you said you wanted us to explore, that you wanted to learn about. We noted all of them down. We are working on them. We're going to make sure that we address those issues. We address them, right? And yeah, there was another comment about dress code from Bonolo. Do you want to elaborate?
Okay, so in the beginning, right, from Wednesday during the orientation meeting, we were told to dress smart casual. Take this as you're going to a workplace. Remember, we are here to be trained and prepared for the work environment. So you can't come with sweatpants and just be part of whatever that they said we must do. Just follow what they said we must do. Be smart casual. Take this as if you're in the work environment. So that was my concern.
Got that? Also, I saw some comment or a concern about my presentation that it was short last week on Saturday. That is because I was only given 40 minutes. And other things that you requested me to talk about or that you wanted me to speak about, it's because we're still going to have an HR day. So that is why we didn't have interviews that day. I told you how to prepare for an interview before and after, but we didn't practice the interviews because on Thursday it's HR day where we're going to practice everything, including the interviews. You're good. Thank you.
To my team leaders, there's three of you, come Azanya, there's three of you who are we can't have Azanya and Gift and Tariro close. So I'm with you, Gift, I'm with you, Azanya, I'm with you, Gift. Tariro, sorry. To the team leaders whose interviews we didn't get done at lunchtime today, we're gonna do tomorrow. Lindy will be here same time at lunchtime, okay? Wishing you all a pleasant night. You all have been fantastic. Azanya, 30 seconds.
Hi guys, I want to clarify something, right? There is a thing called a gig economy, dress code. The gig economy I work in, I am one of the key creative economists on the continent, right? I go to work like this. I do. And we understand that there is a gig economy where you can dress like this. You can dress in slacks. In the creative industries, you can. What we're asking for is that take that out of your mind for now. Let's look in the more formal economy, lawyer economy, where they wear suits and jackets. We're not arguing, there is an argument to be said for slacks. I get it, I work there, I lead it. So I'm saying in this context, what we are asking for is for the formal economy, the accountants or the lawyers, where there's a jacket, can you see how she's dressed? We're looking for more in that direction. Okay, that's for this learning, okay? So please don't look at it as we are ignoring the creative economy who do dress very differently, okay? Yeah? No slacks now. No slacks, no tracksuit bottoms or whatever. Let's just do things slightly differently, okay? All right.
Alrighty, thank you very much. How was the afternoon for you? Quick one. Okay, cool. Since we know we had a bit of hiccups here and there with the arrangement of getting laptops, we're going to give you back that time tomorrow, okay? So there's going to be a slight shift to the program that you see in your booklets. There's just going to be a slight shift. We're still going to have all the sessions, but some of them are just going to be shorter so that you get at least an hour for you to just make up for the hackathon, alrighty? Cool. Because we are already at time, I am going to release you guys and all the best. Is there anybody with pressing questions for the hackathon? If so, please just reach out to E2, send those questions to E2 so that at least tomorrow we can address them or Gift can address them, okay?
Gift. What did you want to say? 1 minute bonus for Gift. Clap for Gift. He's worked the hardest today.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, so just a note, right? So when you log in on the LMS, you'll see that there's a request for submission, right? This is for the hypothesis that we ideally came up with today, right? But just note that only one person per team is required to submit. You guys all can submit the same thing. There's nothing wrong with that, but just know that one submission per team is required. Cool. Thank you. And have fun.
Woo.